Welcome back to the GCSAA TV live stage, sponsored by Bayer. We're live in sunny San Diego, and joining me now are Dave Anderson, Product Manager at John Deere, Randy Gatlin, Product Specialist at John Deere, and Kim Ehas, Tactical Marketing Manager at John Deere, to talk about OnLink.
Good morning, everybody. Over the last few years, John Deere has positioned itself to be a leader in precision turf. We're continuing that journey now with our Connect, Guide, and Manage strategy. We will be connecting all John Deere solutions so that you can receive real-time data on all of your equipment and labor. We will be guiding all solutions using John Deere GPS technology so that you can be precise and accurate in every hole on every course. You will be able to manage your entire golf production system and golf course with a single, easy-to-use software OnLink so that you can be effective, efficient, and sustainable as possible. I'm going to turn it over now to Dave Anderson.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dave Anderson. I'm a product manager with John Deere for OnLink. So we understand as John Deere there are a multitude of tasks that need to be completed and items to keep track of throughout the day for every superintendent, assistant superintendent, and even the equipment managers. From things as simple as what's the weather and the forecast and how is that going to affect my tasks for the day, to what equipment is available for me to use throughout the day, what's in the shop, and even is there any piece of equipment that I might need to take out of service over the next few days because it has an upcoming preventative maintenance schedule. All of this you're trying to keep track of while also providing the best playing conditions possible out on the course. There's a lot on your mind. So, if it's on your mind, it's OnLink. OnLink golf course management software helps you manage your tasks throughout the day while also giving you insight into your complete operation, allowing you to adjust and adapt, becoming more effective and efficient along the way. With OnLink, you'll improve communication across your staff, enhance your facilities organization, and gather data and insights to allow you to make better decisions in the future. We do all of this with integrated labor and fleet management tools and reports. This year, we are very excited to introduce proven John Deere JD-Link connectivity into our golf product line, connecting you with your equipment and your machine data to enhance the OnLink experience. Before I go, I'd like to invite you to the John Deere booth for live demonstrations on the OnLink platform that will be occurring over the next 2 days, as well as to talk to us about how we can help you connect, guide, and manage your complete operation in the future. I'd like to introduce you to Randy Gatlin, Product Specialist for OnLink, to give you some overview of the features and benefits of the OnLink software solution.
Thanks, Dave. So how do the digital tools available in OnLink help golf course superintendents and their teams stay better organized, communicate more effectively, and harness information for future decision making? Let's start with labor. Every golf course operation assigns tasks to staff every single day. Most of those operations are going to do it multiple times a day. And more often than not, those operations will probably end up using what I call traditional tools: whiteboards, chalkboards, Excel spreadsheets. Sometimes those assignments are even verbally communicated to each individual staff member. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with any of those methods, but the operations that choose those more traditional methods are missing out on so many of the benefits available to them in OnLabor, just one of the digital tools available in the OnLink integrated platform. And so, OnLink users, instead of assigning tasks on whiteboards or any of those other traditional methods, they assign tasks directly into the system. And then those assignments are displayed on a television monitor in the maintenance facility. Now, one of the biggest benefits with using OnLabor is that the user that is building their daily plan can create, edit, and schedule these displays anywhere, anytime with a connected device. As the management team begins building and scheduling these boards are automatically updated on the television monitor throughout the day, throughout the week, with zero input from the maintenance team. As the management team continues to build boards and enter information into the system works to keep them up to date on so many other things. Things like, is that manager about to assign a piece of equipment to an individual that hasn't been trained on it yet? Or how many individuals are coming up on overtime that week? Probably the biggest benefit, though, is at the end of a day, a month, or a year. Every member of your golf management team is going to know exactly how much time and money went into the maintenance of every facet of your property. See, as users assign tasks through the workboard, the system is keeping track of all those assignments, cataloging them and organizing them so that it can be returned to the user via reports. And that information is invaluable when it comes to planning, budgeting. So how does onlinx digital tools help equipment managers stay more organized, communicate more effectively, and harness data for future decision making? Equipment managers have a lot of the same roles. They have a lot of the same things they have to do every day. Scheduling services, performing and recording services, and communicating equipment availability with the rest of the team. Just like their turf partners, they too have been traditionally using tools such as whiteboards, label makers, 3-ring binders, right, notebooks. And again, nothing necessarily wrong with those, but they're missing out on so many benefits, right? And so just like their turf partners have OnLabor, turf managers have OnEquip, the digital solution for equipment managers in the OnLink integrated platform. And so no more trying to keep track of handwritten notes or keeping availability in your mind. OnEquip is going to keep everyone updated and on the same page when it comes to equipment availability. If an equipment manager needs to pull a piece for service, that equipment manager can go into the system, digitally lock out that piece so as to not make that piece available in OnLabor. Ordering parts is a snap with OnEquip as it is fully integrated with the John Deere parts catalog. No more flipping through owner's manuals looking for which service to do and when. All service intervals, service tasks, and parts are pre-built into OnEquip, straight from the John Deere owner manual and available for use the first day that customer begins using the platform. And then there's the recommended service list. Every service for every piece of equipment in your fleet organized from most urgent to least urgent. So as hours on the equipment are updated, as days go by on the calendar for calendar-based services, or as services are completed and removed from the list. Anytime there is a change to any of that, OnEquip detects that change, recalculates all the service needs for all the pieces, reorganizes that list, resorts it, and then redisplays that list. Again, keeping only those most urgent services at the top. And all while OnEquip is taking all those recorded services, cataloging them, and organizing both parts costs and labor costs. So again, at the end of the day, the month, or the year, Your entire golf management team is going to know exactly how much time and money went into every facet of maintaining your fleet. For over 2 decades, John Deere has been connecting and guiding equipment. And now we introduce that same proven technology for the first time into the golf product line and into OnLink. From any desktop or mobile device, golf course superintendents and their teams are going to be able to know exactly where each piece of connected equipment is located on the property. If that piece also happened to have been active that day, OnLink's going to display a breakdown of time spent working, time spent transporting, and time spent idling. Along with current locations or location histories, OnLink users will be able to view a display of the path of every connected piece active that day. For many John Deere models, that same connected information that came from connected pieces, the same usage statistics that were available in current location will be color-coded into location history. Blue for transport, green for working, and red for idling. No more manually updating engine hours with connected pieces. All that is done and performed automatically through connectivity. Recommended service lists truly become dynamic and autonomous, as both the collecting of engine hours and the prioritizing of service schedules is now done automatically within the system. And finally, software tools that John Deere customers have been using with telematics for a while now are fully integrated into OnLink. Machine Analyzer has tools for users that allow users to really understand and appreciate the efficiency of every level of their turf fleet, whether that is the fleet as a whole, down to the model level, and even ultimately down to the individual unit. JD Link offers connected customer support, as well as geofencing and mower curfew tools. This is a truly exciting time for John Deere and for everybody that's working so hard to bring this technology to the market. We hope you guys can come by our booth, maybe meet some of those people, and maybe get a closer look at OnLink. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave and Randy. Appreciate that. Again, we want to give a big thanks to our sponsor, Bayer, for sponsoring our stage here. We'll be back in about 20 minutes on the GCSAA TV live stage to talk about the reimagining of the Hay Short Course at Pebble Beach. Stay tuned.
We're just excited that the world is back with us and that we get to put on the players in 21.
Really and truly, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the hard work of our team that's with us every day in, day out. We went from the tournament last year being canceled immediately into our preparations for this year. We looked at it like we gained 3 extra days in preparation for the 2021 event, and we really kind of put our foot forward.
Start somewhere around 4 o'clock in the morning, getting mowers, making sure everything's set from the day before. The volunteers will come in after that. Mowers will go out, and all the equipment will come in. We'll go through it all again, put it back out, and have it ready to go for the afternoon.
I think the biggest thing is that we can't get comfortable when we do something good. We're constantly trying to understand that there are things that we can always do a little bit better. And, you know, I'm not interested in what we've done well. I'm interested in things that we can improve upon.
We've been working really hard all year long on this to be at the best position we can be this week.
We have a gold standard that we try to constantly maintain, and John Deere keeping their standards at their levels is what keeps us at our levels.
Long-time partnership, the PGA Tour and John Deere. Beard Equipment, our distributor here, has just been phenomenal with their support. So it's not just the volunteers, it's also the vendors that we have. And John Deere just happens to be one of the best vendors that you could ever ask for a partnership.
There's a quiet, calm confidence here right now. I think we've got everything in place. We have a really good blueprint of how the week is going to go.
I think every time you do one of these, it's a proud moment. Certainly, you know, having done 26 now, there's always something that you have to be aware for and you know, have a sense of calm so that you can pick up on the things that are going awry and kind of get them back on path.
COVID presented a lot of challenges. We've had to make a lot of operational changes. The guys were very, very responsive to the new protocols that had to be put in place. So they've rolled with the punches through the ups and downs. They've stood by us, and we're so proud of our team, and I can't thank them enough for everything that they do for us.
You're hugely proud of the team and what they've been able to accomplish, and you know, just seeing the vision of what we need to get to.
All right, welcome everyone. We're rolling cameras here, so we appreciate you being here. It's awesome to be face to face. We've been doing this session now for 2 years. We talked about a great U.S. open track winged foot a couple of years ago, and the project at Frisco that's underway last year virtually, and this year we get to talk about a pretty special project that really is getting a lot of buzz in golf for all the right reasons. When you look, and as we go through today's discussion with these gentlemen, you're gonna see some neat stuff that's happening with the game and how we're involving juniors, how we're involving families, how the course is set up and really becoming a fun atmosphere and a very social event. So with no further ado, I apologize that these are in reverse order. I threw that curveball to them. We switched it last minute, but I'm Red Evans. I'm the CEO of GCSAA. Super excited again to have these gentlemen, and starting with Bo Welling, who was here last year talking about Frisco. He's back this time representing TGR Design. This is a Tiger Woods design, and Bo is the lead architect with TGR Design. And Bo, we appreciate you being here. I want to call out real quick Brian. Where's Brian? There he is. Oh, okay. We've got Brian Bell, who's the actual president of TGR Design by Tiger Woods. So thank you for being here. We appreciate your presence. And then next to Bo, we've got Jason Na. Jason Na represents the construction side of the project. He's the president of Frontier Golf. He resides in the great state of Arizona, my home state growing up. And then next to Jason is our superintendent. Everybody knows Bubba. Just finished some great events and doing a great job at Pebble Beach Links. And Bubba Wright is the superintendent there and was part of this project. So we've got all the expertise we need to really dive into the nuts and bolts of what transpired at the Hay. And so I want to kind of set the stage a little bit before we get into the questions. And if you're unfamiliar with the project, let me just share a little bit of the vision and how this thing transpired. The reimagined short course experience at Pebble Beach, and it truly is an experience. I've been there. The Hay has been a fixture at Pebble Beach since 1957, when famed head pro professional Peter Hay revolutionized the concept of a short course. Again, we're talking about 1957. Hay's vision was to create a fun place. I love that word. I know Bo does too. To create a fun place where juniors, families, and friends, regardless of their ability, could gather around the game of golf. In 2021, Tiger Woods amplified Hay's vision in a new way few could have imagined with his brilliant redesign of the property. The result is a course overflowing with fun, there's that word again, including an exact replica of the famed number 7 at Pebble Beach golf links, as well as holes designed to be played with any club. We're going to talk about that. Putter included. To play with any club in the bag, and an additional 20,000 square foot putting course that sprawls 100 yards, yielding endless routings. So with no further ado, let's have Bubba set the stage a little bit so you know where the Hay is situated. Because if any of you have ever been to the U.S. Open at Pebble, you would be standing on what was the merchandise area. So yep. Bubba, behind us, maybe give us a bird's eye view of what we're going to be talking about today.
Yeah, you got it. Well, first off, thanks for having me, Rhett. I really appreciate it and appreciate all the support out there. So we got the aerial of Pebble Beach golf links. At the top left of your screen is the Hay, which is on the way to our driving range, and kind of set in the backstage of that property. Built in 1957, but we would tear it down and build merchandise tents for the U.S. Open. It would be a grand entrance to the property for the U.S. Open. So we were, rebuilding it every 8 to 10 years, and then blowing it back up and having merch tents. So. It was nice we got to the point where we could actually, have something we're proud of.
Real quick, how many acres are we talking about here
8 acres.
8 acres. All right, so we did some pretty good work with 8 acres. So everybody has a bird's eye view of where this sits. I'm going to turn the slides now over to our folks that are just going to kind of scroll through these randomly. But I want to start with, again, another question to Bubba, and we'll follow up with Jason and Bo. But Bubba, I think you're the best to answer this as you represent the Pebble Beach company. Why renovate? What was the wow? We just need to do this. It's time, or was there some thoughts behind that?
Yeah, well, it was really like we talked about with having a merchandise tent on a golf course. It was a question of, do you make something that you're going to be incredibly proud of and be able to have for many years to come, or maybe have something that's a C out there and tear it down every 10 years and put it back together. So PBC decided to really go all in on the property, and Jason was actually the guy that put it back together and tore it up many times.
All right.
So it's just been a fantastic project, and something that we can be proud of for a long time. It used to be you go from the golf course up to the range and maybe look the other way when you went past the hay, but now it's something that spend a lot of time and take a lot of pride in.
So I'll get to Jason here in a minute, because I know you're on property after all of the big events doing what Bubba just mentioned. But Bo, tell us a little bit about how this came into Tiger's view. I know you were a part of that discussion with Tiger.
Yeah, I mean, so Tiger had been out to play, I guess, a practice round and in advance of the Open, and his caddy wasn't available. So John Sawin, who's the director of golf at Pebble Beach Company, caddied, and they ended up having for him that day, and they ended up having a discussion about seeing this. I guess it wasn't in advance of the Open, but anyway, he was out there playing. But anyway, this discussion happened about what's going to happen with the hay, and Tiger said, "Man, that'd be really cool if you could kind of do something really cool and unique." And he has a definite passion for these short courses, these alternative courses, and we're very much into this concept of making fun experiences for people. So that was I think piqued John and the Pebble Beach Company's interest, that Tiger was so interested in this 8 acres that was sort of up on the hill.
Yeah, when Tiger has that vision and with his great mind and design and what he can visualize, I think it was the right move to follow his vision. And Jason, I know you've been on property, kind of, as Bubba said, rebuilding this thing all the time. So now what do you think?
Oh, it's amazing, right? I couldn't see what was to be, and to be a part of that, just unbelievable.
Right.
Because like Bubba said, I've seen it back in 2000 for the U.S. Open. The nuts and bolts of it are we leveled it out for the U.S. Open Village, and like he said, built it. Did the same thing in 2010, leveled it out, and to see what it's become is it's unbelievable.
We had actually gotten to the 11th hour,
yeah,
and going to put it back the way we used to have it. Former Super Chris, had kind of came up with a plan to say, hey, let's just, make it what it used to be, and really he gained some traction to, make it what it is today. So.
Well, so here's what we're going to do as we go through this. We're kind of just setting the stage here, kind of phase one. What was the vision? How did this thing get the attention to where it was an actual project? And so now we're moving into phase two. We've agreed we need to do this. So walk us through, because there's lots of folks out here that are looking at possibly doing a short course, turning some 8 acres into a few holes for this type of a concept. But how did you all work between the Pebble Beach Company, obviously the architect, the contractor? I mean, start walking us through how all this came together. So maybe, Bo, do you want to start? How you were brought into it? Obviously, being attached to Tiger, that's the first thing that happened.
Right. So this thing happened with Tiger and John, and I think it was actually part of maybe a foundation event or something. But in any event, Brian and I went out for the first time and met with the Pebble Beach Company executives and started having this discussion about what were their goals and objectives, what were they trying to accomplish. And it was a big commitment on the company's part, because this was very, very valuable real estate. And to solve this merchandise tent, they were going to have to take other land that they could have developed and sold as very expensive lots. They were going to basically have to commit to that not being developed in order to be able to have the tournament support stuff there. So it was a really big decision for the company. But they were very intentional about what they wanted to accomplish with the facility, which was to very much add a new experience to the Pebble Beach experience, that was something that was a little bit more light, more fun, but also be very, very accessible. So be accessible to juniors, be accessible to beginners, but also something that if you're a good player and you've come on your dream trip to Pebble Beach, it was something else that you could go and do. So we very much from the very beginning, talked about how do we create this experience that really can allow a lot of different people from a lot of different skill levels to have fun. And so some of the big early decisions were, where do you start and where do you stop? And as Bubba mentioned, it's on the way to the range. And so we very much want to capture these really big views out to the bay. And so there was a lot of collaboration, I think, between Tiger, us, the design team, Pebble Beach Company, and then once Jason got involved and helped make it all reality, it was a very, very collaborative process, and it was fun along the way.
Okay. So Jason, what was your number one concern going into this? Okay, yeah, it's we've got a lot of activity going on, and what was like, oh wow, I a little not necessarily surprised, but what was your reaction?
Well, as Bubba had alluded to, we were supposed to start this project in September of 19, and I think it was August 31st of 19. They're like, time out. And then we, obviously said, okay, this is where things are at the moment. And I think from that moment on, I was like, just an exciting opportunity, right? So, my concern was, wow, what are we going to do with this property, and really, what are we going to make it? So I was really just looking forward to that. No concerns, just what an opportunity.
So Bubba, smooth sailing on your end, because you really don't have a lot going on with your job, and so all of a sudden now you get landed a renovation project that's pretty extensive. So
yeah.
What were your worries as a superintendent, saying, how am I going to balance all this?
Yeah. Well, a little backstory. Chris had just left, so I had gotten the job, gotten the hay renovation, and then COVID hit. So you're like, oh, okay, well, got to dive in head first.
Welcome to adversity, right?
Welcome, So, but it was great, and fortunately, you had such a great team around you, with Frontier Golf and our relationship and TGR. The support was just huge. So, like Bo said, collaborative was the best word to describe it.
So, Bo, let's go back to you, and let's get a little more detail now in terms of the goals and the objectives. Obviously, we've talked about and Tiger's vision of making it fun and family friendly, et cetera. But now I know a lot of folks out here like to get into the technical stuff. So tell us, what were some of the goals and the objectives, whether it was the height of cut, how we're going to really make it fun,
sure.
And yet still have, and they saw earlier the famed number 7 with pretty significant bunkering and the entire replica. So talk us through some of those objectives as it related to just your design.
Sure. So I think one of Tiger's big beliefs of making it fun is using the ground, allowing the player to use the ground when they play the game of golf. And he'll talk about it a lot. He'll use words like, allow the ground to be your friend. And so Pebble Beach Golf Links obviously has very, very small greens with, rough cut up close to the greens. So not a lot of ground game sort of recovery shots around those greens. So I think one of our early discussions early on with Pebble Beach Company, Chris, was, we want to do this differently. We want to have shortcut grass around greens such that the ball could be rolled on the ground. And so that was sort of a big early decision and really guided a lot of what we did. There's not a huge amount of bunkering except for the replica of the 7th hole, which is the second hole on the hay. And so that was also intentional by, again, wanting to have open approaches like you see there on the 8th hole. 7th hole, there's a bunker behind the green. 8th hole, bunkers to the left. 9th hole, no bunkers at all. But that was a really important sort of decision, and I think it's fun to go out there and you see people doing and playing it kind of how we thought and how we intended.
So we've alluded to this, the adversity that the timing of this thing wasn't all that ideal with COVID. With just kind of, hey, we got to get this thing going. So, Jason, what were some of the constraints that were identified during the planning process? So, timeline, access, weather, et cetera. Let's talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, sure. From a construction standpoint, those are, you hit it nail on the head. We've always got the back-end rainy season that we're worried about, having things established. This particular site, 8 acres, and we have really one access point, which was the expo pad up by or the old merchandise tent up by the academy. So everything really had to be built you're painting your way out of the corner, right, and working your way out. So that was a constraint. We had a few environmental constraints pop up at the last minute in terms of what we're doing with storm drainage, which, you know, it's one of those things, right? It's like, okay, we're going to have to deal with this, and then you're making last-minute accommodations design-wise from Bo's standpoint and that team. So those are the primary constraints.
I think to me, one of the things that was really difficult with COVID was really sort of the local regulations about what we're allowed to do and not do. So it was constant uncertainty about the schedule, and which make our life, you know, sort of difficult about, you know, being able to get them information and whatnot. And so we deployed drones often, but I have to commend Frontier because they made a commitment to make this be the best it can be. And so I remember showing up and, you know, there are 3 Class A shapers on 8 acres of ground, you know, responding to us in real time, making decisions. And it's what made our visits very effective. When Tiger came, very effective. And I really have to commend you guys because it was really fantastic, your support and commitment to the project in such difficult and unknown times.
So Bubba, obviously a lot of superintendents here, and that we all know in that profession you get pulled in a lot of different directions. And so, you know, how did you balance that with your team? Because obviously you're on site and extremely involved in all of this, and yet still doing your day job. So tell us a little bit how you scheduled that. How did you balance your time and effort towards the project?
Yeah, you definitely have to be pretty efficient with your time. But you know, we were up on that property quite a bit, obviously, just looking at everything. But you know, fortunately, you have such a good team, such a good resource in Jason and Frontier and TGR that you know it's going to get done right, so you can hopefully focus on the rest of the property. But you know, it's fortunately to have a strong team. So
let's go back now. We're kind of moving into, we're starting to build this thing. We've got shapers on the ground. We've got COVID going on. We've got the vision. We know what we want to do. Let's talk a little bit about, again, that impact with COVID, because obviously, you know, Tiger, you know, needs to be a part of this. And was he able to come on site, or how was he interacting with the project with all the restrictions that were in place? So
we did we got everything going like we normally would, and then COVID happens, and this uncertainty is really difficult. And so I remember, I think it was May 26th or something like that, we all came out, Tiger and the whole team came out for this really big site visit, and that's when I was like really amazed by these guys, because they did so much in really one site visit. They had so much staff there so they could just go, and you know, we made a comment on the first hole, and by the you know, walking around, when we get back around to the first hole, like it's already been, everything been talked about and been done. And so that made it very easy to get Tiger's input really up front. And then after that, it was you know, site visits by Brian and myself and our colleagues, and constant back and forth with Tiger via text messaging, phone, taking pictures like what you're seeing right now, and getting his commentary. So he was super involved, you know, throughout the whole process, even with the challenging times we had.
Definitely, I guess a benefit of COVID is we've all gotten a little more versed with technology, and whether it was the drone pictures that you're using or the ability to do this, you know, through use of technology.
Absolutely, and we were getting drone footage like almost every day, I think, you know, which would be, you know, your normal sort of overhead footage, but we, you know, have them fly the drone at eye level, human eye level, so that we could see what was happening almost in real time.
Okay,
so it was great.
So this is for Jason and Bubba here. When we look at kind of like, you know, okay, well, we're going to have this course, and ultimately you're going to have to maintain it, and you're going to have to build it. And we've got the architect wanting to do this, that, and the other, which is great. But tell us, what can you tell us about the use of technology on the project? Some cool factors, you know, in terms of just, were you sand capping it? These replica holes, were you worried about how you're going to, you know, maintain them, where they're just a little bit unique, a little bit different? So between the two of you, talk a little bit about, you know, your involvement in what you wanted to see for the after project.
Yeah. Well, you know, I think a big concern was, you know, Pebble Beach should do a lot of rounds, you know, 55,000 rounds a year, and you know, we're on pace to do 60,000 rounds at a short course in a year's time. So managing wear and tear is really at the top of our list. So, you know, working with Bo, tee size, you know, we had synthetic mats that, you know, we started off saying, hey, maybe we'll use these once or twice a week, and now we're using it 4 times a week, you know, and close them off in the wintertime to only use mats as well. So little things like that, little tidbits that they helped us out with. And, I was pretty impressed that, that, hey, can we mow this at ½ inch? They'd get your opinion on things, and, really helped out from our side. But it was a collaboration, so.
Jason, any thoughts from you on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think going back just to the beginning of the project and talking about COVID again and how it forced our hands to be very creative and collaborate when no one can really get together is interesting because we broke ground March 2nd, if I remember.
Yeah.
And we pretty much got the shutdown right around March 16th. So we'd had 2 weeks to get going. We're tearing up, starting the shaping, earthwork. And to Bo's point, no one knew really what was going to happen. It was almost by the hour you're getting new information from Monterey County. It was such a unique experience, right? Because when we move into Monterey and do this work, we're living there, right? So our guys are there, and then they're being told no more work. They're isolated. The resort's basically shut down, right? At some point, I can't remember what date that was. So we had the whole place to ourselves. It was very unique. Like Bo said, we FedExed a drone out to the job site, and from there we're like, okay, what can we do? Like the eye-level flybys, I think were great. They would comment almost daily. We'd get, hey, Tiger said this, and that really helped us push the project along, even though, the world was just crazy around us, right? Yeah. And then, as far as the replica number 7, we had actually gone out the year before. As soon as we got word that was going to happen, we had taken our robotic imaging station out there. And there's like 16,000 data points to recreate that green, and it's only a 3,000 square foot green. It's crazy, but so the amount of data we collected, and I remember crawling around the ice plant down below, and we're doing line survey. So it was actually a lot of fun, put it that way. And
how close did you get? How close did you get it, Bo?
It's pretty close. It's real close. We had a few debates about the bunkering. Again, going back to this fun and whatnot, and do we do it exactly, or do we make it maybe a little bit shallower? But in terms of the green surface itself, it's pretty spot on.
Okay, so
I want to just reminded me of something Jason said. Just think what he said is like the lodge at Pebble Beach was closed, right?
Yeah.
And we were there, and there's nobody there. Think how bizarre that is. Like the busiest place in golf, and it's like empty. I'm talking about like the shining of golf, right? It was very strange. So
very strange.
To your point of how you manage your time, there was nothing else to do. You're just focused on the project and the golf course, and nobody around bugging you. So it was surreal.
It is a little eerie feeling. I remember during COVID, I had one flight I needed to make, and walking through the Atlanta airport, and all the shops are closed, and there's 2 people in the concourse. It's like, what is going on? What did I, pretty crazy. I can't imagine being at Pebble and seeing that. So prior to this, I asked some folks if they had some questions as well, and I received some. And so this is obviously for Bubba and Jason, you can weigh in here, but a major factor in ensuring quality playing conditions is the turf grass selection. Sure. And it's always debated to some degree, and what turf grasses were selected and what planting methods were used to establish the turf grass.
Yeah. Well, I'll start on the greens, but I'm sure you guys know Pebble Beach, we're historically POA in our green services, and so we made the decision to sod them to pure distinction bentgrass, with the idea that hopefully we can use that as a trial one for potential future renovations, not necessarily at Pebble, but on some of our other resort golf courses like Spanish Bay, and then the rest of the golf course is hydro-seeded ryegrass was the method that we planted the seed, and we have some 2 acres of native fescues as well. So, kind of low maintenance, low water use fescue areas. So,
any other comments on that?
Well, I think as it relates to even the grass selection, but creating the premium playing surface with the sand cap, the drainage. That's all part of it too to help, the TGR design basically be realized, right? Those holes where you can putt from tee to green. You can't do that if you don't have the premium infrastructure.
So let's that's a good segue to this next question, and I alluded to it early on, and as we looked at the vision, it was that, hey, you can play this course with any club. And so Bo, and you're going into that, and obviously you've had some experience there, but what are the nuances that you have to think through as an architect to make that actually work, right? To play it with a putter, to play it with a 7-iron, how do you do that and still have it be fun?
So I think part of it is this commitment, to do this shortcut approaches sort of everywhere, and a real focus on contouring and shaping. It's really what we find very interesting is that when people play the ball on the ground, they use their brain, they use their creativity, they use their imagination. I think it's one of the reasons why Tiger likes links golf so much, because his mind's constantly thinking through like how you can play this in very different ways. So we're very intentional, like this is the fourth hole, you're looking it's one of our holes that goes straight up the hill, and that's sort of the ground plane as we started. If we were to see a finished picture, there's all of a sudden there's a series of mounds and rolls that you can actually use to play and feed the ball down onto the blind green in this particular spot. So that's the kind of stuff that we think is really, really super fun. Like even for a really good player, all of a sudden they can approach these short courses and play them in a way that they might not normally play, and that allows them to have fun. So the ground contour, it was the short answer to what you're asking.
So earlier we had some slides that actually went through each of the holes. And so, they're all named and they've got different elements to them. So let's talk about how that all came to fruition. So it wasn't just general. It was a lot of thought into each one of these holes.
Yeah, I mean, so obviously Pebble Beach is a very historic place in our great game, and lots of great champions have come through there. Lots of great moments in the game have happened there. And as you mentioned, the Peter Hay par 3 course is a part of that history as well. So I think the Pebble Beach Company was very into wanting to sort of celebrate history and have storytelling opportunities as it related to what all transpired out there. And so the Pebble Beach Company made the decision we'd really like to have each hole sort of honor something that's been a part of our history. And so that's where you see these names that, and the yardages are actually dialed into the year of when that memory or history sort of happened.
Yeah.
Good little factoid, didn't know that.
It's pretty cool. Like Lanny Watkins, 77, PGA Championship, 2000, obviously Tiger, 100-yard hole. So that's a little tidbit. So. Yeah,
and I don't want to put you on the spot in terms of just naming your favorite hole, because they're tied to history and so forth. But I mean, overall, what are some of share some uniquenesses to the various holes and how they feel now. As a finished project.
I'm obviously very biased, but I think we did a really good job of having 9 very distinct and unique holes that all sort of have their own sort of interest to them. So the first hole is short, but has a steep sort of valley bisecting the green, which creates some interesting opportunities. The second hole is the replica hole, so that's fun. The third hole it has a bunch of interesting contour around the green and on the green, and then 4 and 5 play up the hill and with your back to the water, and you think, oh, well, those are going to be some of your least favorite holes. But I'd say there's some people think they're some of the best holes there are, because they're just really fun and unique to play. And so just to complete the story, 6 plays up the hill, and it's sort of one of the ones with a bunker, and then 7's got sort of this false ridge in front of the green, and then 8 turns around and looks right back down at the water, and it's really, really dramatic. I think Jason said it's probably his favorite hole, and it probably is a lot of people's, because it's one of the most photogenic ones. And then the 9th hole is the one that was the bunkerless one we just looked at that has a big thumbprint right in the middle. And so we get a few holes in ones there, I imagine, which always is a lot of fun. So. Yeah, that's a politician's answer to say I like them all. So.
Good job on that. You did well.
Yeah,
in and down.
Jason, Bubba, your thoughts on the holes and how they all came together?
Yeah, I mean, to Bo's point, to go back to the old Hay, you would play laterally against the coastline, and so you could play the whole golf course, and you would never really look out to the ocean.
Yeah.
And so Bo's and Tiger's vision. Now you have all these beautiful ocean vistas. These kind of dramatic views. So really, to this point, tough to pick a favorite, but
I think one of the cool things too, and from a planning standpoint, I think one of the things we believe with these short courses is that having them activated makes them even more fun. And so there is a venue at the top of the hill called Hayes Place, which is a food and beverage outlet that is right by the first tee, right by the 9th green, right adjacent to the putting course, and it has this spectacular view out to the bay. And you kind of come back through here, you sort of sense every hole from this spot. And so it's just really, really, I think, a fun, cool setting. And so by having that building clearly wanted to have a big view, So that clearly meant then we wanted to play away from it and play back to it at the end. And so it led to sort of this reorienting of holes, which have these big downhill views, but then that again means you have some of these ones that turn and go straight up the hill, which is very different than how the Peter Hay really was. The routing basically is totally
different. Yeah.
I remember when at the sort of opening, I guess it was, Bill Pierogi, the CEO of the Pebble Beach Company, just kept commenting. I was like, I can't believe these views. He's like, I've been CEO of this place for 30 years. And I had no idea that this property could lend these views that are here. So that was pretty cool.
100%. And we haven't even touched on the putting course yet.
Yep.
What a cool addition that's been. 20,000 square feet and all these different routings and hole locations, and what Bo said is it's just fun. People come up there and they have a great time. Whether it's grandkids with their grandparents, young and old, people that you probably wouldn't see, down at Pebble Beach or up there and growing the game. So it's been fantastic.
Yeah, and we're gonna talk about that, and I'm gonna have I lost control of the slides. Could you guys go just a little bit deeper? I want to get into, now that we got some of these finished holes, I want the audience who hasn't seen this to see some of these as they've been finished. So maybe go forward a little bit, and eventually we're going to get to even what's the name of the restaurant? The
Hayes Place.
Hayes Place. We're going to get to that, but as they're doing that, Bubba, another question that came in from a superintendent's perspective. We know that a lot of projects, or this project in particular, has attracted a lot of attention in the golf world. What advice would you give to other superintendents who plan to be involved in a similar construction project of this magnitude? And it's probably the same for Jason and Bo as well, as hopefully we see more and more of these projects come to fruition.
Yeah, and to touch on, the amount of attention it garnered was really, I don't think any of us could have expected the amount of attention that this place has gotten. We would do 10,000 rounds at the old Hay.
Repeat that again?
10,000 rounds at the old Hay, okay? And we were putting this together. We decided, well, maybe we'll get 30,000. Well, now we're on pace to 60,000. So that just tells you the excitement that it's generated and how much people love the place. But as far as preparation goes, you got to surround yourself with great people. Obviously managing your time, having a plan. There's going to be so many things throughout the project that come up that are going to be an issue or an obstacle you got to face, but you're going to get through it just fine as long as you keep your head up and keep trucking. So and have fun, enjoy it, because how many times does this stuff come around and you get to be a part of something so special?
Yeah,
so
for sure.
It was just a ton of fun and great learning process for my team, and you're going to have, as the thing evolved, we started with one greenskeeper, then we did two, and now I've got three greenskeepers up there, and maybe an assistant superintendent of the Hayes Place. So
yeah,
things will evolve, and you'll figure out how much water you're going to use, how much FERT and chem, and your seed budget, and hopefully the problem is that you have all this play and all this excitement, and it's going to keep giving you more resources to maintain the place. So
yeah. So 10,000 rounds to 60,000, and we're going to get to, as we finish this up, I know I'm watching the clock here, but we haven't even talked about something that I think is pretty spectacular, is the putting green, over 100 yards, and the fact that it's open free to the public, and then, of course, the practice area. So we're going to get to that here in a second. But same question to you, Jason, in terms of, just the project and where do you, I guess, see this going? Do you have others that are forthcoming? I mean, is this becoming
in terms of short courses?
Yeah,
absolutely. And it's become a thing very quick, and I think it's think about it, 8 acres, and look what the return is already. Whether you're a private club or you're looking for maybe a place just to take some overflow, or people have a relaxed afternoon. I think that's the biggest thing was, to Bo's point and what their philosophy is. Let's have fun. When you drive by this place at any time, it's packed. And to see the little kids run around the putting green with their grandparents or whomever, it's amazing. So I think that there's a trend going that way if you've got some space and the water, right? Let's face it, you got to have everything going for you, but we're seeing a lot of it. Absolutely.
Yeah. So, Bo, let's shift gears now, and let's talk about those other facilities, the putting green, the short, or not the practice area and all that sort of stuff. And so maybe walk us through how all that came about.
Yeah, so there's a 20,000 square foot putting green. It's very long and linear, which leads to your 100-yard plus putt opportunity. But it was always a part of the plan from the very, very beginning. And so to some degree, that also forced sort of rerouting the Peter hay, because we had to create this land that didn't used to exist for putting. But that was a really fun process to go build that. It's got some significant contour in it. As Bubba mentioned, there are different ways they set it up and route it depending on what's going on. So it's really, really cool. And I think if they do have an event there, we built a bunker or two around it as well, so it could be used as player practice in the future. The main practice facility is right across the road, is where the range is and the short game facility is and whatnot. So it's all sort of synergistically kind of together, the practice facility, and then right across the street is the hay.
So we're all involved, or should be involved in the growth of the game, and even though we're architects, superintendents, builders, we all need to be aware of what's transpiring and how we can make it fun. To your point, but I don't know that I shared this at the beginning, but it's $65 for the general public and resort guests, but this is where it gets pretty cool. Juniors 12 and under play free, $5 for youth on course members, and if you want to re-round it, 50% discount, and the putting course is open to the public. So Bubba, you're there every single day. Tell us about the demographic, and is this working? I mean, are we bringing juniors? Are we bringing families? I mean, that was the vision. Now is it actually happening?
Yeah.
Is that who's out there playing it?
Yeah, it's working. I can tell you that, but no, like you said, demographic is a great word. I mean, you have all types from everywhere, and hey, it's free. If you're 12 and under, it's free to come play. Go play the putting course, and meanwhile, your dad can go get a cocktail at Hayes' place and maybe join you halfway through or something. So really is getting everybody out there. It's growing the game, and hopefully making golfers for generations to come, and hopefully some future employees for us.
Well, it's for Pebble to do that, I think it's setting a terrific example for others in golf to follow, because we tend to sometimes be a little inclusive and not uninviting, and we keep asking ourselves, how can we get more people to come? And as soon as they feel welcomed and they don't feel intimidated, and in fact, when I was there, you actually had putters available for people, and it was pretty doggone cool. And
I saw some dogs out there running around.
So
it's pretty inviting.
So I want to now, as we're going to turn some time over for questions from the audience, if there are some, or if we've generated some. But I love these questions, and again, there's no right or wrong answer, and feel free to be open about it. But if you had to do it again, what would you change? And I don't think that we need to take this as it was a mistake, but I think we continue to learn as we do these things. So, Bo, let's start with you. If you had to do this over again, what would you change, if anything?
God, I don't know. I mean, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I normally am one, when I get asked that question, normally I normally have a long list of things I would think, oh, maybe we should have done this or that, but I think we pretty much nailed it, I'll be honest.
Yeah,
I really do.
Great.
Why don't you speak for Tiger, because obviously you've had the conversation with him. He was heavily involved with his design company, and so, was he pleased with the final project? And as he says, wow, this is it. This is what I wanted.
Absolutely. I think he's thrilled. Pebble Beach has been a very important place to him throughout his career, and it's a very special place to him. And so I think having the opportunity to be involved and to have something that's going to be there for a long time, it's been really, really special for him and unique. And again, I think it's sort of accomplished all these goals that we really set out to do, which is sort of create this different vibe and be accessible, to the folks that Bubba's talking about, and sort of growing the game. And so I think all that's really, really neat. And I think one of the things that I didn't really understand when we were doing it, perhaps, is that they've had, I think, 75-ish corporate buyouts of the facility. But that sneakily is sort of growing the game too, because what happens is it allows people that are non-golfers to come have this experience at the hay, because it's not intimidating, and you don't really have to be a great golfer to go out there and have fun. And so I think that's the kind of thing that Tiger's really into. I mean, I think he likes this idea of growing the game, feels passionate about that, and and helping to golf to reach broader audiences. So I think he's super proud.
That's awesome. I still want the two of you to answer that same question, but now that I'm looking at this picture, you're now looking at 7, right? And what's this green?
So the green on the green on the left is the second hole, which is the replica of the 7th on the big course, and then the green on the right is the 8th, and then right behind the 8th is the fifth green, which is a hole one of the ones that plays up the hill. So it's sort of hovering up above sort of the 8th fairway that you're kind of looking down.
So we can see here that those are actually pretty spectacular views. I mean, that doesn't get any better than that. But it just as you were talking, Bo, it reminded me of another question that I wanted to ask Bubba, because as we've talked about the different clientele, you know, folks that are just showing up and maybe have never golfed before, and you know, we get that angst about, okay, is this kid with the putter running around just thinking this is fun to jam it in the green, and all these things that come with that.
Yeah.
How has it been in course conditions? I mean, how are you maintaining them and keeping up with all the traffic of what would say beginning golfers?
Sure. Yeah, I think that might have bugged me in the beginning, seeing somebody out there doing damage. But when you see how much fun everybody's having and the whole point of the project, you definitely let that go. And you say, hey, this is what it's for. If a kid's running around on a putting green and trips and, I got to plug it out later, it really doesn't matter, because that kid's out there having fun and hopefully coming back and playing more golf. So, wear and tear, yes, it gets plenty of track out there, but, it's part of our job.
Great attitude. Let me just, we've got one question out here, but before we get to that question, real quick, Jason, if you were to do it over again, what would have you changed? And Bubba, same question for you, and then we'll throw it out to the audience.
Man, I mean, that's hard for me to decide. I think I would want the project to go longer because I had so much fun doing it. And let's go find, a place for 9 more holes. I mean, it was just that much fun from beginning to end.
Bubba?
Yeah, I don't have any, big picture change items. There's things that we kind of adjusted and did after the fact, like putting speakers around the putter, which has been a really cool addition, all the way out to the second tee, so you can be out there putting and listening to whatever kind of music you'd like. So little stuff like that. But
we're going to get to a picture as it scrolls through with the Hayes place, and you'll see what Bo described. I mean, this thing is just sitting there, and you can see your kids, and you can have a glass of wine and be eating dinner while the family's out there playing and scooting around this track, and pretty much you can see most of the holes. So with that, let's open it up now to the mic there in the middle, and we're going to get some questions and some final thoughts.
Thank you very much. My name is Bern Bernanke. I'm with the Golf Heritage Society. First of all, we're delighted to have our team here at the GCSAA. It's a fabulous gathering, and it's great to be live and in person. Your presentation is very exciting. It was well put together, and I cannot wait to get there. I would like to come and play with my hickories and my classic golf clubs. So my question is this: can we partner with you to help you make this a historic experience and bring the sense of play from the early days of Pebble Beach to the present?
Yeah. Well, it's funny you mentioned that. We actually host a Hickory Stakes tournament every year, so in honor of that. But you can talk to me offline about coming out and playing. Yeah, appreciate that.
All right, do we have any other questions? I still have one or two here, but as you're thinking about a question, you've got, again, the experts up here. Just make your way to the microphone. Funniest story, I've been around construction projects and have seen you all have worked extremely well as teammates and really kind of brought the architects, the builders, and the superintendent together, and that's the way these projects should be. We shouldn't be doing them in isolation and really talking about our various expertise and bringing it all together. But there's got to be something, some funny story that happened, Bo, while you were on site, or Jason or Bubba, that you want to. Doesn't need to be an embarrassing one, but there's got to be something that was a unique experience.
Yeah.
Anything come to mind?
I know I'll let Bo start. You got anything?
Oh, I can think of a lot of things. So, I mean, there was a big fire one time. It was something funny, but unique. It was a big fire, and so it looked like a Martian landscape because the air was like red and soot was falling down, and so that was something that was wild. as Bubba mentioned, he started sort of after Chris left, and we planned it with Chris. And so I actually first met Bubba with the mask, because it was very serious mask wearing when we were doing all this. And at the opening, Bubba, I saw his face for the first time. He pulled his mask down, and he had a mustache. And I never visualized the whole time I sat and worked and built this golf course with him, but he had a mustache. But so that sort of made me chuckle. And then
That was my COVID stash.
yeah. And then the one quick thing, which is not really construction, but I thought it was funny. So Brian and I were meeting with Pebble Beach Company the day before the opening, and they had this big plan of what they were going to do when people made a hole-in-one. And it was pretty cool ideas they had, this, that, and the other. And Brian's like, well, just to warn you guys, like at Blue Jack, where our short course, we have, some days we might get 3-4 holes in one in a day. And they're like, oh, no, that can't be. And they're like, well, just be ready. There's some pins out there that the ball's going to go in. So anyway, we had the opening, sort of small opening, and sure enough, no hole-in-ones. And so we're sitting around having lunch afterwards around the putting course, and they allowed Bubba's crew to go out and play because everybody worked so hard. And so here are these guys out there. I mean, golf balls are going all over the place. These guys,
Come on, Bubba.
Clearly are.
I know, we need to
All over the place.
And while we're sitting there having a sandwich at that ninth hole, in the span of 6 golfers, there are 3 hole-in-ones.
Really?
Yeah.
It was like, holy.
The guys were tearing it up. They got the first hole-in-ones out there, so it was pretty cool.
Were you one of them?
I was not. No.
All right, let me hear an experience one. Funny story. Jason.
I think the experience that always sticks with me is what we talked about before. When the resort closed, and like you said, we've got Pebble Beach resorts like The Shining to ourselves. I remember sitting out with one of Bo's colleagues and had to go out, grab a pizza, grab a 6-pack of beer, and it's just us, overlooking number 1 fairway and like, what are we doing here? I mean, it was just surreal. But yeah, that's probably that's a ha-ha chuckle moment after the fact.
Yeah.
Awesome. Bubba?
Yeah, back to the mask wearing thing. First time having Tiger out and getting to meet Tiger, we're all masked up, and we're going about our day and don't take our masks off the entire time. And at the end, I was kind of like, well, I guess I met Tiger, but it was still pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, you do look better now that you pulled your mask down. You just got he looks okay. There's nothing funny about it, but you're good.
I need the mustache back, but other than that, I'm doing all right.
Awesome. Well, if there's no other questions from the audience, I want to thank personally our panelists today. They have not only done a terrific project, as you can see here, and Tiger, thank him for his vision, and what we're really doing for golf is needed. And we were on this boom with rounds up being played. And when we look at the demographics of those that are entering the game, a lot more females, a lot more juniors, and just think what could happen when they're given this opportunity as well at other states and other facilities throughout the country. I think this thing is a magnet for growth, and I commend each one of you for what you've done, and I encourage each one of you to go out, and if you're a club or a facility that's thinking about doing this, I know these gentlemen would be more than happy to get with you and answer any questions and try to expand the reach into this great game. So with no further ado, let's thank Bubba, Jason, and Bo for their time today. Unless there's any final comments, we good?
No, I'm good. Just
all good?
Thanks for having us.
Yeah,
You bet. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that, Rick. Truly an incredible property, and we say provide a once-in-a-lifetime experience for our guests, and it really is for the employees as well. I mean, being able to be a steward of this golf course is just it's truly an honor. I think for us and anybody who's out here on a daily basis, it's humbling. For us, it's part of a routine. Every day we get up, one of our main goals is providing a once-in-a-lifetime experience, but for them, it is their lifetime experience that day they're playing, and it might be an anniversary or a birthday, some sort of holiday. And you really have to keep that in the back of your head every single day when you're preparing this golf course. It all starts with, our staff, number one, having a well-trained, very experienced staff, which we're very fortunate to have here. We have a lot of people with over 25 years of experience, 20 years. The company
really treats the employees very well, and it's a place they want to stay for a long time and maintain this beautiful landscape. So it really starts with the staff, and from there it morphs into the equipment. Having Toro, as our new partner has been absolutely fantastic. The support they have and the quality of equipment has really helped us maintain these championship conditions on a daily basis. Turfstar Western and Toro did a lot of legwork with the switch out. Once we signed on with Toro, and can't say enough about how they did not impact our operation and the quality of the golf course during that switch out. The equipment was ready to go. It was here in a timely fashion, and they were very supportive. So it was really seamless.
Late September last year, we started working together on the potential flip to Toro equipment. We had lined up some demos and they'd looked at the equipment previously, fine-tuning what their needs were, what the course's needs were individually for all 5 golf courses, and then lining it up to make sure that everything worked for all parties and input the fleets of equipment into Pebble Beach and Spyglass by the end of December of 2020. Which was a huge feat on all of us given what happened with COVID. So they were very flexible because we had semis coming in, we had our service personnel here, we had myself here, we had people flying in from Minnesota, from Toro. It was a huge task to get that much equipment here in that short of amount of time and get it up to running to tournament standards, because they had the AT&T tournament 6 weeks later, and we had to have everything coming in perfect for the AT&T so that they could be up and running with their new equipment fleet and not miss a beat.
The whole transition, there was a lot going on, equipment moving in and equipment moving out, and they helped us through all that, and they really coordinated it all and took it off our plates, and we can't speak enough. We're always trying to stay ahead of play and be as efficient as possible, and being able to rely on the equipment day in and day out is definitely very helpful. For one, aerators, we're able to cover a lot more ground, remove a lot more material, and get the most out of that time and the impact that aeration has on the golf course. Sometimes, you might be able to single cut versus needing to double cut with other equipment. The reliability comes into play where, you don't have to stop, you don't have to make equipment swaps, and it just helps us get around the course efficiently.
Turfstar Western has been a great partner. They've been incredibly attentive to our needs. Whenever issues arise, they are always one phone call away. The parts service has been fantastic, very efficient. It has to perform and has to meet our expectations, every single day, and it's done a great job of doing that. So it's really helped us achieve our goals and made our lives, I don't want to say easier, but it has certainly helped. So it's been a great relationship, and really looking forward to seeing it evolve down the road.
Welcome back to GCSAA TV Live. We're now going to introduce you to someone who entered and won the Most Valuable Technician Award. Joining me is the MVT winner, Brandon Hogue, the equipment manager at Glens Falls Country Club in Queensbury, New York. He is nominating superintendent at Glens Falls, Chris Freelinghouse, Paul Rocker, president and CEO at Foley Company, and Greg Turner, director of global sales at Foley Company. Thank you for being here today, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Brandon, as a relative newcomer to golf equipment management, what does it mean to you to be nationally recognized in this manner?
It's amazing just to be in this industry for so short a time and experience the growth that I've been able to see from where I've come into and the responsibilities I've taken on to where we are now as a golf course and a country club. I think it's amazing, and then just to be able to be here, to experience this, the whole process, and just to be honored like this, it's an amazing experience.
That's great.
Yeah.
Now, you had plenty of mechanical and shop organization experience in your background, but not golf. What was your strategy for educating yourself about this particular side of the business? Did you encounter some challenges, and if so, how did you overcome them?
I mean, what I was handed to was, it was a challenge every step of the way, I think. And just the ability to, I don't give up and just figure out an answer. And I'll always search for the right answer and the right way to do things. And then luckily I had a background of, how to, organizational skills with shop, inventory processing and all that stuff. I was able to utilize that towards what we do and figure out what parts in the industry are wearable parts and, parts that you use a lot of, and make sure you have those on hand and keep an inventory of important parts.
So your experience plus perseverance and tenacity.
Don't give up. Yeah.
Paid off for you. That's great. Now, industry support from companies such as Foley is always key for golf equipment managers. How did the vendors you work with assist you in getting up to speed and getting the shop at Glens Falls in order? What did they do to help you?
Luckily, I had a good background with the guys in all our local parts suppliers and vendors. Those guys really helped me along the way, and anything involving with the grinding and process or parts, technical questions, Foley is always there, and they always answer with a smile on their face. I love talking to them guys. I love seeing them. This whole process with them has been awesome, and I'm just proud. I'm just proud to be here. It's an honor.
That's great.
Yeah, and we just want to follow up. At Foley, it starts with the individuals that are our company, and it starts with our customer service group. It extends out through our sales organization, which is the Foley sales organization, and then as well as our distribution network. All three step in. We want to make sure that we use technology, and we're there in helping make sure that he has zero downtime, because we know he's the heart of everything, which is a big part of why Foley sponsors this in partnership with GCSAA.
That's excellent. There are a lot of benefits to winning the MVT, including attendance at the GCSAA conference and trade show. How big was that to you, being able to come here, and what have you gotten out of the experience so far?
I've gotten a lot out of the experience. We did a tour the other day at a local golf course to see some things that they do, different processes, their shop organization skills. Just that in general was very cool to see.
So you've gotten to see how other people are doing it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's a little different here. 84,000 rounds of golf they do a year.
That was amazing.
Not different than what we run, but we're busy as well. Yeah. But and I came here last night to walk around a little bit. I'm going to be here for a while today, and I got a list of things to check out. So,
is it a lot different between New York and California that you see?
It's about 60 degrees different.
Well, I'm from Wisconsin, so I understand that.
Right.
Yeah, we're more like an 80-degree difference.
Oh, you guys are from Wisconsin?
Yes, we are.
Absolutely. So, Chris, I wanted to ask you, what sort of shop situation did Brandon inherit when he started at Glens Falls?
Yeah, he inherited a big mess,
big mess.
Put it politely.
Okay.
I had had some longtime technicians working for me, and they had retired, had a couple interim people
Okay.
that did not work out well and really almost destroyed the play. It was just chaos. And I was very fortunate to find Brandon. And he came in and a clean shop and is an efficient shop.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can't find things, or if things aren't done properly, or if things aren't repaired properly, you just can't function. The golf course can't function the way that it needs to. And Brandon, I'm glad he didn't look at it and turn around and walk out after a week and say, "Man, this is too much." He really inherited a mess, but he like he said, he perseveres, he sticks with it, and it took a while, but he really organized the whole shop area, not just where he works, but where we store everything else, all of our buildings have really been, our storage buildings too have been reorganized by Brandon, because he has a really good view of how to do it properly, and so we can just operate better and more efficient.
Okay. So when you first interviewed him, did you see that kind of perseverance in him? I mean, what did you see in him that made you think this is the guy that's going to get the job done and succeed where maybe those previous people hadn't?
Yeah, he had a fabrication background and had been working, with a company. He was working long hours there, and that tells me that he could stick with the job, and he had management responsibilities there too, and I said, I think he's the kind of guy we can bring in this situation. We got to teach him the golf course end of things, and he's picking that up, and will always be picking it up as I am too, and never stop learning. But that was the biggest thing. He had the mechanical abilities. It was more fine tuning it towards the golf course.
That's great.
Yeah.
Specific to the MVT, the Most Valuable Technician Award, why did you feel compelled to nominate Brandon? How did you find the nomination process?
Yeah, the process was it's done well. Credit to Foley and GCSAA, and it's not. If anybody out there is thinking about doing it, or has a technician that they think is worthy, by all means, do it. It's not a painstaking process. It's not.
It's not like filing your taxes.
No. It's much easier. You do have to fill out forms. You do have to write about it. But if you have somebody who is truly deserving of it, hopefully the words just flow right out. And it's not hard to, geez, how am I going to make this guy look good? If he looks good, he is good. If he is good, it's easy to make him to fill it out.
So nominate him.
Talk about it. Yeah, nominate him. Yeah, and I think it's just so important in the industry. We know as superintendents, we don't always. It's changing in the years, but we're getting more and more recognition for what they do, for the golf course. And the next level is the technicians. They're the ones right behind it. We can't do what we do without properly operating equipment, tuned equipment, sharpened equipment, and the whole place falls apart if we don't have somebody that keeps it running behind the scenes. And with the proper equipment too.
Yeah.
So that's why definitely we should be looking at honoring recognize these technicians that are really doing an outstanding job.
And I want to add to that, the competition individuals that were there was an amazing list of equipment individuals. So he had quite a field to compete against. So as you look at all the individuals that went through the process and got to that final nomination and the voting, it was an impressive group of individuals.
That is high praise, Brandon.
It is very much so. And this is a great program for young technicians to try and strive to do the best you can do too. I think just the process has been an honor for me. So hopefully in years coming it can keep going for the young guys out there, because we need to show young guys that there's something to be had here in this industry.
Yeah. Okay. So. Well, I think that answers my next question, which is what kind of value do you see in the programs of the Most Valuable Technician?
Yeah, I see almost two things. People are motivated to work at work. It's not only just salary or what you make. It's being recognized for what you do. Someone appreciates what you do, and I do try to tell Brandon and the fellows on our crew, that they are appreciated at work and like that. But this is certainly the next level of certainly really showing, hey, you're really appreciated, and here's a means to recognize you at that national level, and get that out there.
If I could just share, Chris, what you said about the paperwork and all of that. We know there are a lot of good technicians out there, and we would just encourage the superintendents to go to the effort, because we recognize what these guys are doing in the shop. So we appreciate that.
So the superintendents recognizing their people, even if they can't compete with this guy, that kind of recognition is important.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
fantastic. What would you tell the superintendents? Would you just say, nominate your folks, or?
Yep. Hey, nominate your folks, and if they're maybe not at that level where you want to nominate them, give them what they need to get to that level where you say, hey, this guy is now he's a top-notch guy. We're give him the education, give him the encouragement, give him the tools.
Absolutely, and keep nominating them. At the end of the day, it's not a once and done. It's a continual process. It's no different than your NBA or your an MVP for the leagues. It's a constant aspiration to achieve that title. I'd love to see more and more nominations come in.
Okay. And then you guys would have somebody to support with what you do, of course.
I'm sorry?
You would have somebody to support, people to support with the services that your company provides.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely would.
So, let me ask how many, what was the field? I mean, you said there were a lot of good nominees. How many people were nominated for this?
55, I believe, was roughly
55.
the number that was there.
Okay.
I think, honestly, that, individuals like yourself that take that time, I think it's something it's not only true of just this process, it's in a lot of companies. We all need to take time, to nominate people or to recognize people, especially in this day and age with everything going on. The more and more that we can do that for individuals, I'd love to see over 100 nominations, and I'd like to see it become a lot more even competitive. You want to see individuals because you'll see past winners versus potential, and you'd like to see that kind of fun camaraderie.
Excellent. For somebody who doesn't know what Foley Company is all about, take a moment to just tell them what Foley Company does.
So Foley Company, we're located in Prescott, Wisconsin. We sell precision grinding equipment that for the golf industry as well as turf and rec. We also have a line called Air2G2, which is a decompaction equipment that uses high pressure air.
Okay.
So we've been in business, Foley's been around for over 90 years as a company, but the grinding has been probably...
1926. Is,
1926.
Wow.
Yep, we just built a new 70,000 square foot facility in Prescott, Wisconsin. So we continue to expand and grow, and our philosophy is to continue to invest in this industry, without a question.
Excellent, excellent. Well, thank you, gentlemen. This has been very interesting. Congratulations, Brandon, on the win, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the show here. Coming up next on the GCSAA TV live stage, we'll be talking about two pieces of equipment that will get the job done on the golf course, the Sod Cutter and the Steiner 450. We'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks.
Get to know the best lineup yet of Foley products at the GCSAA Conference and Trade Show. From reel, bed knife, and rotary blade grinders and superior lapping compound, the Foley lineup provides the flexibility and choice you want when selecting the right sharpening solution for your shop to ensure and maintain the highest quality of cut. The Air2G2 is the breath of fresh air that your turf needs. Foley solutions for above and below the turf. Learn more about Foley products at the GCSAA Conference and Trade Show.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me now? Yes, I think you can. I am Rebecca
Welcome back to GCSAA TV Live. Next up, we're going to talk about sod cutting and the advantages of a primary mover, such as the Steiner 450 tractor, presented by Ryan and Steiner. And joining me today is Matt Schaefer, owner of Minimalist Agronomic Techniques. Thank you for joining us, Matt. Welcome. So let's talk about sod cutting. What are some tips for sod cutting? Can you give us some tips, like what time of year is best or what kind of depth to cut at?
Well, anytime you cut sod and you want it to establish, the thicker you cut it, the quicker it'll establish itself. Now, if you're buying commercial sod, they're not going to give you any soil, because for weight purposes, when they ship it, they want it light. Plus, they don't want to give away their soil. So, consequently, it's not going to establish as quickly as if you cut it yourself.
Interesting. Okay. So what are some best practices for storing sod? I mean, when do you store it? How do you store it? How long does sod keep? I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, it won't stay on a pallet very long because they normally give it a good liquid shot of nitrogen. Plus, they water it, so it'll heat up really quickly. So if you have to keep it for more than 3 days, you should probably lay it out on visqueen or plastic. But I mean, if it's cold out, you got to keep it warm, and if it's warm out, you want to try to keep it in the shade.
Is there an ideal temperature to keep it at, or?
Well, I mean, I know, there's companies that ship bentgrass sod, and they historically bring it in on reefers, refrigerated trucks, and they're about 65 degrees.
Okay.
But golf course superintendents, field managers, they don't have that option. Historically, if you're sodding, you're either doing construction. So, it's not about the most opportunistic time. It's just about you got to get it done.
Got it. Can you give us some tips about establishing sod? So, how do you prepare the soil? How much do you water it? That sort of thing.
For me personally, as a golf course superintendent, I never really wanted to over-amend the soil unless it was in fine turf. And historically for us, we did a lot of, we had a tremendous amount of golf. So our walk-ons and walk-offs would really get worn out. So we would do a lot of the banks. And so I tried always to make sure that it was on native soil and not over-modified. And then we would loosen it up because, half the problem with the sod dying was compaction. And so we'd loosen everything up and level it, and then we'd always put a nutrient package underneath it. Now, a lot of guys don't do that. A lot of guys prefer to put it on top. But the biggest problem I always saw with that is the plant is already under severe stress because you sod cut it.
Sure.
So, put a low burn fertilizer underneath it and try to stimulate the roots to get after that fertilizer. And then, that'll help initiate rooting.
Excellent. How long before the sod can withstand traffic?
Well, if it's in the NFL, they cut it really thick. They bring it in big slabs. They'll lay it down on a Monday and they'll be playing football on Saturday or Sunday on it.
But that's for the thick stuff.
Right. So if the realistic part, is, I've built a couple golf courses and, you're always running behind the 8 ball. And, your owner is spending tons of money. So he's not interested in having you say, well, we got to wait another 4 weeks until everything's knitted down. Historically, if you pen it really good and you can move the traffic around, 48 hours. But we've sodded and 3 hours later we opened it up.
Holy cow. Does that, how does that affect the play?
If you're really, really good at sodding and you have a great sod cutter like Ryan,
yeah,
and you can really, really cut your sod and really get it dialed in, and you just don't even see it. If you're really good at it,
all right,
you can't see it.
And you're probably really good at it. So.
Well, I'm really good at training people that are really good at it. But I learned how to sod at Augusta National, and we were good at it.
Okay. So how do you get good at it? What are some tips for laying sod?
Well, the biggest thing is, particularly if you're cutting your own sod, you want to keep the width consistent so that you don't have these zigzaggy lines.
Yeah.
So real straight edges, and then everything butts up real tight. And then you want to make sure you don't trap air under the sod. So a lot of times what we would do is if we did bent grass greens, we would lay it down and then we'd soak it and then we'd put Lawan plywood on it, and you got to get the seams, and then we'd run a 2-ton roller over it and boop, open it up. Go for it.
No gaps, no seam?
No.
Excellent. Tell us a little bit about the pros and cons of sodding versus seeding.
Well, seeding's always better.
Okay.
Okay, but it's not always practical because seeding takes a long time. I mean, if you're seeding bent grass, in all reality, you're looking at, 60 to 90 days. If you sod, it's conceivable that you can be playing on that green in 21 to 40 days, depending on weather. Under ideal conditions, really good weather, optimum growing, really forcing the issue, you can get it ready in 3 weeks.
Wow.
But there's no way you ever get seed ready that fast. Wealthy golfers are always about, immediate results. They pay you the big bucks, they want big results.
Of course, of course. So when is the best time to do sodding?
Well, ideally it's spring and fall, and not necessarily when the grass is under tremendous stress. Like in the South, in the wintertime, it's just, those guys are really working hard because it's not optimum for the grass to be, it's not growing. So to sod at that time is really difficult.
Sure.
For them, the most optimum time is the summer. In the North, it's the fall and the spring.
Okay, that makes sense. So winter's not when you should be doing it?
No, but I sod it a lot in the winter, because the members aren't there.
Okay.
And that's what golf course superintendents do. We get paid to do the unrealistic and make it happen.
Good point. What about summer?
Summer's tough. But you can do it. But it takes a lot of TLC. You've got to be there to water it and nurture it and take good care of it. It's way more laborious in the summer.
And you have all those golfers to deal with,
right,
working around them. So tell us a little bit about the equipment and tools you use to do it.
So, I don't know, it's like there's certain pieces of equipment that everybody just knows. And like Ryan sod cutters are the standard in the market.
Okay.
I used to get like big, I worked at some pretty robust clubs. And I'd go in and the equipment be bad and I might do a $3 million lease, right? And I'd look at my equipment inventory and there was always one piece of equipment on there that was 15 years old. And it was a Ryan sod cutter. They just don't break down. But sod cutting has always been kind of rudimentary. And then Ryan really stepped it up and they made it hydrostatic drive. And then they put reverse in it, which was just huge.
They didn't have reverse before.
No,
okay.
You had to spin them, and then you had to, so you didn't ruin any sod at the end. You had to put plywood on it at the end, but you had to lift it up real quick so you didn't hit the plywood with the blade. But now you don't have to do that because you have control over your ground speed, so you can ease it up, then you can turn it back up, get realigned. And then you can slow down or speed up, and that helps you with the quality of the cut underneath. Plus, it keeps you from going wobbling. And they have a line lock. They have on some of their models, you can lock the wheels so it doesn't deviate. It will, but you got to work at it.
So what are the benefits? We had mentioned in the opening primary mover. What are some of the benefits of a primary mover like the Steiner 450?
Well, I'm a farm guy, so I grew up on a farm, dairy farm, and we had some big tractors. And so I'm oriented that way, we didn't have in golf we have a lot of different machinery that has its own power source, so it's really expensive, because in reality you're paying for that power source. So if you have a primary mover like a Steiner that can facilitate a whole bunch of different jobs, it saves you a tremendous amount of money. And then a Steiner is really a cool piece of equipment because it has a super low center of gravity, so it's really, really safe. And and nowadays, and no insult intended, but a lot of young guys don't have a lot of experience with equipment. So putting them on a tractor is dangerous. But I tell you what, you got to work hard to flip a Steiner over. They're like glue, and they're articulated in the middle, and so it gives you tremendous stability. Plus, it gives you an interesting way to get traction. They have crazy traction. They're four-wheel drive. They're really a simple unit. You know, they could have made it really, some equipment nowadays is entirely too complex. But Steiner's really, really smart because they have a great design and they're not going to overcomplicate it because they can. They're going to simplify it so you can work on it.
So it's a piece of gear that replaces a bunch of specialty equipment.
Oh, absolutely.
But it's still, you're still saying it's a fairly simple piece of equipment in its intelligent design.
Yeah, and the attachments are real fast to hook up. So let's say, for instance, you're going out to get ready to do a sod job, and you have a bunch of uneven surfaces, or it's compacted. All right.
Sure.
So you can put an aerifying head on the front of it, loosen up all the soil, then go out, unhook, rehook into a blade, and they have a couple different blades, and then you can back drag it, get everything leveled out, and then you can compact the area with the tires, and then you're ready to. Instead of having 2 or 3 pieces of equipment there, you can do the whole deal. And then if you don't have big budget, which most clubs really don't have huge budgets, now you have an opportunity to buy one machine that can do 7 or 8, 9 jobs. That's a big deal.
Savings.
That's a big deal. And then their implements are built so well that, like, after you have 3,000 or 4,000 hours on it, if you don't want to put a new power unit in it, like you don't want to put a big, you don't want to upgrade it, put a new engine in it, maybe refresh the hydraulics, which you can do, or you can just go buy a primary mover and the attachments will always fit.
In addition to the attachments that you've already mentioned, what other attachments can we...
They have power broom, which is really, really good for cleaning your parking lots. Plus, it's also really good for doing light snow. You know, and particularly like the club I was at, Marion, had slate sidewalks. Man, if you put a plow on them, you got to relay all those slate. You know, so what we did is we power broomed them.
Okay.
And then they have a great blower. You know, and the thing that's really cool about the blower is everything's in front of you, which is a big deal. Now, like people say, oh, Matt, we can do all that with our tractor. Well, you can, but everything's behind you. Everything is in front of you, so you can actually see what you're doing. Plus, the blower is real low to the ground. And so, you know, it's really, really effective at blowing leaves. Instead of your air going up over the leaves, it goes underneath the leaves.
So you have a lot more control over what you're doing.
Absolutely. And then they have, you know, great snow blower, unbelievable snow blower. They have a couple different blades. They have an articulating mower for doing banks, a rotary that's out of this world. They have flail mower, 60-inch deck, 72-inch deck. You know, I know I'm doing them a disservice because I can't remember everything they have. But I mean, I got to tell you, I worked at like 8 different clubs, and I've had 6 Steiners at every one of them. It's one of the very first units I buy because in Hershey we had 81 holes, we had 6 Steiners.
So you mentioned the articulating and 4-wheel drive, oscillating. What are the advantages of having that versus? You mentioned the stability. Certainly.
Oh, it's safe.
Yeah.
Really safe, and it's easy to turn. You know, I mean, it's hydraulic steering.
Okay.
And so one of the problems with equipment is historically, and when I was a kid, I rolled a tractor, got hurt really bad. So I have a tremendous amount of respect for farm implements. But I got hurt because I turned too sharp and it flipped over. So you can't do that with Steiner because it can't possibly do a 0 turn. It just doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't?
No, but it's hydrostatic drive, so it's run by your hand, and your feet are free. So everything's done by hand, and then you have a steering wheel. So you can just steer forward, backwards. And then when you're cutting, that's a big deal. It's really easy, like with a flail mower is really cool because you can go forward and then pull back. Like with really high grass, it has a tendency to drop down. So, you know, normally you'd have to come back around and grab it, but not with a Steiner. The action of actually pulling it back, you stand it up and then you go forward and you cut it again.
So we have to wrap up here, but I did want to ask, so that explains why the Steiner is so good for maintaining slopes. Because,
it's another thing. It's unbelievable. When I originally demonstrated, this guy told me, and I mean, I used to run motorcycles, motocross when I was a kid, and I was pretty fearless, and he said, this will take you anywhere you have enough guts to take it. And I thought, well, that's a challenge, you know. And we had this tee that was stupid steep, and I took it right up over that thing. And he was nervous. He thought it would actually run out of power.
Oh.
But it didn't. And it's a diesel. It's a
handled it.
3-cylinder diesel. I think they're Kubota engines, I believe is what's underneath them.
Excellent. Well, Matt, thank you so much. That's all the time we have for this segment. I appreciate you joining us and telling us about the signer and sod cutting. This has been enlightening. Excellent. Be sure to join us at 1 p.m. to learn more about putting green surface management here on GCSAA TV Live. Thank you.
Good morning, this is Dexter. He's our golf course dog here at TPC Sawgrass. Dexter is 3.5 years old. He was a rescue from a rescue up in Alpharetta, Georgia. Dex's main job out here is to chase geese. However, he doesn't really have the killer in him, so he's more of our emotional support animal through the tough times here that we have. And he's just a joy to have out here. He's one of the best parts of my job is getting to bring my best friend to work every day.
Welcome back to the GCSAA TV live stage. I'm your host for this next session. My name is Adam Miller. I'm an agronomist with the USGA and director of our education and outreach program. We've got an awesome hour-and-a-half plan for this panel discussion, touching on really a new trend in the industry and something that I think is extremely important, and it's all around data management to maximize performance of your putting greens. So we've got a fantastic panel. We're going to touch on all the different components of surface management and using data to maximize performance of your greens and maintenance efficiency as well. Before we get into that, I wanted to quickly announce the 2022 Green Section Award recipient. This is an award that the Green Section and the USGA presents every year, and it recognizes someone who's made a tremendous contribution to the game of golf through their work with turfgrass. And some recent recipients include Dr. William Meyer, Michael Huck, Tim Hires, Dr. Norm Hummel, and Bruce Clark. This year, we're excited to announce that Frank Doby, who's a 6-decade superintendent and general manager at the Sharing Club in Ohio, is our recipient. Frank was instrumental in mentoring more than 30-plus turfgrass professionals that have gone on to very successful careers in the industry. And he was also a pioneer with a lot of different innovative ways to maintain golf courses. He holds a couple patents and really dabbled around in the golf course maintenance equipment industry. And then probably one of his biggest accomplishments over his time was he really led the fundraising efforts around the Musser Turfgrass Award for Excellence. And that award recognizes really the top PhD in turfgrass research each year and gives them a tremendous amount of sort of startup money as they're moving on from a PhD into the world of academia. So really excited that Frank Doby unfortunately couldn't be here today, but excited that he is our recipient for the 2022 Green Section Award. So I wanted to introduce our panel. We've got really a rock star group up here. Most of you probably know who these folks are. But again, going to be a great discussion and looking forward to talking to these guys today. So we'll start with, on my left, we've got John Sorakin. He's a turfgrass professor at the University of Tennessee. He's done a ton of great research, very involved with practical, applied research that helps golf course superintendents sort of deal with their day-to-day issues. And specifically, he's done some work recently on things like frequency of clip and brushing, different mowing patterns on both bentgrass and ultra-dwarf greens. Next on the panel is Jared Nemitz. He's the director of golf and grounds at the Ford Field and River Club in Savannah, Georgia. He's really been a pioneer in the world of collecting putting green data, using clippings to help make decisions on his golf course. This is something that he started back in 2009. After that, we've got Brian Whitlark. Brian is a senior consulting agronomist with the USGA, visiting golf courses throughout the West region. He's also part of our research committee, with a big focus there, obviously, for Brian would be on water use, things like that, but also, again, to make sure that our research program continues to focus on the applied type of research that helps golf course superintendents day in and day out. And certainly, last but not least, is Zach Nicoludis. He's also a USGA agronomist. He's in the central region, working with courses throughout the Midwest. Before joining the USGA, Zach was the South Course Superintendent at Wilmington Country Club, as well as several other notable courses in the Mid-Atlantic region. So I think you guys would agree our panel has a ton of practical experience. We've got research experience. Like I said, really a rock star group, so great understanding of sort of the nuts and bolts around putting green management and using data to collect on collecting surface performance indicators to maximize the potential for your greens. So let's get started, and really before we dive into the data collection and clipping volumes and all that, I wanted to start and talk to you, Brian, about what is sort of the definition of putting green surface management? What are we talking about when we use that term? What cultural practices are included there? And then maybe what are some things that you wouldn't consider to be a surface management practice, just so we sort of set the table as to what we're going to be talking about today.
Yeah, I don't think there's a hard, real definition, but in general, I would say it's your day-to-day management of putting greens for mowing, rolling, brushing, grooming, vertical mowing. I think that's kind of where we're going to focus our discussion today, on those aspects of surface management. I think you could argue that Certainly irrigation and even organic matter management, because they are so influential in how a surface performs day in and day out. So again, it's a little bit of a gray area about that definition, but in terms of what is not included, I would probably say aeration, solid or venting tines, hollow tines, sand injection, air injection. I probably wouldn't include those in the surface. But if anyone has a different definition, by all means, I'm curious to see what you have to say.
In terms of you touched on the mowing of greens. Obviously, that's something that we have to do day in and day out. 6-7 days a week. Some courses will go even more. Zach, talk to me a little bit about some of the new trends you're seeing with mowing equipment being used out on putting greens. For instance, triplex mowers versus walk mowers. What are some trends that you're seeing in your region?
I would say definitely we're starting to see more triplex mowing. Obviously, the labor issues are probably a major factor there, but I would also say we've seen significant improvements in triplex mowing technology in recent years that the quality of the surface that's produced is equal to that of a walk mower. Outside of that, then you get into the reels, obviously, 14-bladed reels, and then just the overall setup of the mowers. And I mean, ultimately, so many things, it's about finding out what is that right combination for your particular golf course. There's not a cookie cutter approach, so it's about taking a good idea and fine-tuning it to make sure it's right for you and your facility.
Definitely agreed. Triplex mowers seems like they are the true definition, or the only ability to really do more with less that I see on golf courses where you can match quality would be with the triplex mower, obviously being so much more efficient. A lot of times you can have one triplex mower and that can do the same work as 4 individuals with walk behind mowers. So question for the group here.
It's funny with triplex versus walking, we sort of we fall in love with striping. And you think about walk mowing and you think about the stripes, they're so beautiful with the walk mower. But if we take that out of the equation and you just look at quality of cut and obviously efficiency, then man, the riding mowers are the way to go. And there's some greens that are too small, to really effectively turn a triplex mower. So of course it just makes sense to walk, but man, by and large, the walkers, you get every bit as good of a surface and you can spend that labor somewhere else.
I would also add with the triplex mowers, if going from walk mowing to triplex mowing, you can see a pretty quick return on investment if you have to purchase or lease a new triplex mower to update to the latest version. On top of that, it gives you more flexibility. It's certainly a lot easier to triplex or double cut with a triplex versus double cut with walk mowers. I know when I was at Wilmington Country Club, we frequently, I would say anytime we double cut on the South Course, we were using triplexes. Greens average 8,500 square feet, and we'd have to send 9 employees out to walk mow when we can double cut with 2 triplexes. It's a no-brainer when it comes to that.
Yeah.
We did a lot of economic impact work when we did the work back. This is back in 2005, 2006, and we did the alternating mowing and rolling, and we compared and surveyed the superintendents all in Tennessee. How many of you triplex, how many of you walk mow greens? And we got the economics of how much cheaper it is to actually triplex mow greens. And our research has shown that there's no difference in the quality of cut with new triplex mowers versus a walking greens mower. And if anything, it's actually less of a footprint on the green from actually walking is the higher footprint traffic than the mower itself. Absolutely. And it's the turnaround. Obviously, if you got a good area to turn around, that's where you get the challenge on the collars or just off the collars. But other than that, it's on the green surface, it's an equal cut.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm at a pretty high-end facility budget-wise, and we use triplexes in conjunction with walk mowers. During the wintertime, we try to do more walk mowing just with the level of traffic and turns on the collars and things. But when we start getting into good growing degree days and, weather's on our side, we're triplexing a lot. Because with Bermuda grass, we have Tiff Eagle greens at the Ford Field River Club, and it's all about cuts. And if I can get more cuts on those putting greens and not have to increase the labor, it's a win-win.
Yeah. The name is slipping me, but there was a superintendent in the 80s and 90s in Michigan that a lower budget private course, but he was triplexing his greens, and a couple members were mad and said, you need to be walking them. So he took out the middle reel And then when you go down, you come back and you staggered, it looks like you've walk mowed the greens. You get that mowing pattern that you want. But it was like he was triplexing, and he just couldn't afford to walk. So,
but to your point of the technology of the triplexes, I mean, we're getting to the point now where you can mow with 2 reels on the triplex. You know, you can go to do a cleanup with only 2 reels on or 1 reel on. I mean, the technology is getting so much better with triplexes, and I mean, with the labor market the way it is and the way things are going budgetarily, I mean, I don't see us going away from triplexes. It's going to keep going more and more.
Yeah. I agree. The economics that you mentioned, John, and we've got actually a mower decision tool, a mower sort of calculator to determine your return on investment, what you would spend on walk mowers versus what you would spend on a brand new triplex. And we've seen when we run those types of models, the ROI can be just a couple of years, especially in scenarios where you're doing a lot of mowing of your greens. So the perception, like you mentioned though, John, with, you know, the stripes look nice, or you know, some others think, okay, high budget courses, that just is the norm, that they're going to these walkers and not using the triplex mowers. We've actually got data, we've surveyed over 350 golf course superintendents of varying ranges of their budgets as to what are you using on your golf course most often. And it was pretty surprising to see that really of the higher end budget courses, only 17% were exclusively walk mowing.
Okay.
So there was still, there's this notion that, okay, I'm a high budget course, I can afford it, you know, walk mowers are the way to go. It just doesn't seem that like that's really the reality for so many courses. So what do we think needs to happen? This is for the group. What do we think really needs to happen to convince more courses to utilize triplex mowers?
I think it's, you know, education and talking to people. And the other thing is having a really good equipment manager. You know, one of the knocks on triplex mowers sometimes is they overinflate the tires. And if your tires are overinflated and you do that cleanup pass, and everyone probably out there can know, and you do that cleanup pass, you get those tire marks. So, and that's only because the tires are usually overinflated. So you got to make sure, you know, just like you do your mower setup every day, check the tire pressure of the triplex mowers, because I see it, because it varies with temperatures. As it gets hotter or whatever, tires can inflate, and you got to make sure that they're not overinflated, because that causes the little ruts. And sometimes I talk with a lot of golf courses that I have them do the cleanup pass with a walker. So you got someone that goes around and does the cleanup pass with a walking greens mower. They can do 1 or 2 even with a walking, but then they triplex the rest of the green. That's just, you know, one of those things.
So Zach, question for you. So that's an awesome tip with the overinflating the tires, or, you know, trying to reduce that. What are some of the other common concerns around triplex mowers? Like how are superintendents overcoming those challenges with, you know, avoiding the triplex ring, or hey, I've got really steep fall offs, I've got bunkers that are really close to the green, you know, triplex mowers just aren't right for us. How are superintendents sort of overcoming some of those challenges with triplex mowers?
I mean, the one with when you talked about whether it's turning or just staying off the collars and stuff like that, I would say I've seen some courses where they mow a pass, lift up, back up, mow a pass, lift up, back up. So it eliminates any striping concerns. You know, you're not going to have that aesthetic appearance of the wider stripes on a putting green. You know, Jared talked about, you know, 2 reels being on to mow a cleanup pass. I've even seen a superintendent that it was, you know, 2 reels were set for the cleanup pass, 1 reel was set for the collar, and they buzz around like that. Seen a number of courses when it comes to the collars. I mean, you know, one way of avoiding any collar issues is to get rid of collars. Seen a number of courses just go no collars. We just hosted a USGA championship, the Senior Open at Omaha Country Club, where they don't have any collars on those greens. So, and then you get into segmented rollers. If you are doing the walk mowing, that certainly helps reduce that shearing force created by the roller as the cleanup pass is mowed. And then lost my train of thought there. With that and then even going down the road of when what the cleanup passes are walk mowed, you know, when labor's an issue, maybe you don't walk mow them in the shoulder seasons when the turf isn't under as much environmental stress, but then you only walk mow them maybe June, July, and August. You know, talk about that a lot in the Midwest. Just you've got more labor then, and you can afford to do the walk mowing on the cleanup pass then.
So 2 follow-ups to that. getting rid of collars, that's a newer trend that some courses have done. I'm curious to get the take from the group. Mower turning, walk mower turning, and collar damage associated with that, whether you're using turning boards to minimize that. How do the triplex mowers, when people are turning those, what's the impact on the collars there? Do we think they are sort of equal to walk mowers, or is there less potential damage with mower turning on collars? What are you guys seeing?
I'd say, as long as you have area to turn the riding mowers, certainly less damage on the collars. I don't see many courses using the turning boards. That's a lot of labor involved with that. During championships or during events, that's typically the only time I see courses using turning boards. Yeah.
I would say a lot has to do with the skill set of the operator to not, if they've got to do that, 3-point turn, and they maybe potentially are starting and stopping on a collar, obviously they have to understand how sensitive it is that they don't spin that tire or really, step on the gas there.
I mean, most of the time when you're using a triplex, just getting it off the collar, doing the big teardrop turn way out in the approaches or the fairways or the rough, it really eliminates a lot of that traffic issues. I don't really see a lot of the traffic issues on my collars, only on some pinch points where we have to do the 3-point, 4-point turns with a skilled operator.
I agree with all that. I think it's about operator training and the fact that you're actually triplexing, you're getting those greens mowed a little faster. So I know you're trying to stay ahead of play, but you're not in a race either. If it takes a little bit longer to do that swooping turn instead of spinning it around, 'cause, a lot of people that are mowing greens, they want to get them done as fast as possible, and that's where the problems are. So it's good training of the operators for sure.
Now let's shift a little bit into some of the cultural practices that we touched on, like brushing, grooming, light vertical mowing, or some actually call sort of vertigrooming. I know that's a term you've used, Brian. So I'd like to get the group's opinion on sort of how these practices are used on the grasses that you're seeing in your region. Is there this is balancing the art and science, obviously, of greenkeeping, but is there a specific practice, frequency, strategy that you think, seems to be working a little bit better than others?
I like to use the term a lot of a little. I like to take the trash out all the time, so I like to do a lot at very light intensity, light frequency, high frequency, low intensity, excuse me. So, nothing aggressive, but do something all the time. Brush, groom, verticut on a very frequent basis when the grass is growing to help train it to stand upright. And I mean, that right there, to me, is a diversion from the way we used to manage in my area, Tiff dwarf or ultra dark room grass greens. It was sort of gouge and recover. It was type of, let's see how much material we can hog out and put in the workman. And, it was sort of a badge of honor, see how much material you could haul off a green. But then you're recovering for 6 weeks, and then you put a bunch of nitrogen out to try to recover, and you honestly end up going backwards. You grow more organic matter than you harvested anyway.
Yeah, it's a vicious cycle over and over again.
Absolutely. So just do something often. Every time you go mow, do something at light intensity to train that grass to grow upright. And I don't know if we want to get into the details yet, Adam, of those, but.
Yeah, so I love the concept, high frequency, light intensity. So I guess for the group, describe typically what you see with the greens the day that these types of practices are performed, brushing, the vertigrooming, or the light vertical mowing. Are they instantly better, smoother, increased speed, or does it take a little bit of time for the greens to sort of even out and you see those benefits a day or so later? What are you guys seeing out there?
I think it's all about the process, doing it when you're doing it light and frequent. It's not about seeing the results that day, but it's about over time when you're constantly taking out the trash every day, you're never letting the grass get ahead of you. So when you're out there and you're double cutting today, you're going to see that benefit over the next few days, and you're constantly just removing that little bit of grass. So once again, I'm on Ultra Dwarf, and it's all about doing something to it every day. Whether it's vertigrooming, which is setting the verticutters, or the groomers, where it's lightly touching the blade of grass, getting that grass to stand up. So when you mow over it, you're getting a little bit more grass than you would be getting just with a normal mow. But we vertical groom, which is that light verticutting. We do it 2-3 times a week, through the growing season. And then when we're not growing, we do that maybe once a month when we're dormant, just to try to keep that good, smooth texture. But it's all about how to stay ahead of the grass, but the golfers are never going to notice it. That's the big difference. I mean, when I started in '09 on Bermuda grass, it was the gouge method. It was the set the vertical cutters low, get as much grass in the Cushman, right? And then you go over it, and you got stolons sticking up. It was bumpy. It's wobbly. The ball wouldn't roll very well, and the golfers knew we were doing something. If you do these light, frequent practices, the golfers never know that you were there, and that's the point.
It just helps to avoid those peaks and valleys in the performance of the greens with that. I mean, if you're not going out there like you guys said, if you're not doing the Bryson DeChambeau bomb and gouge, and you're just kind of out there just slowly doing everything, it gives you the opportunity to fine tune frequently. It's like, and when we have more tools than ever to go after managing the surfaces, whether it's as aggressive as you want to go, or to dial things back and be just to be something that just something to just do a little bit to the surface.
Yeah, it's just that moderation, like we're saying, everything in moderation, but always being you're out there every day and you're looking at, you make a slight adjustment, definitely on the different time of year as things are changing throughout the summer. All of a sudden it starts getting stressful and hot. If it's bent grass, you might want to back off on some of these because they're just being too aggressive. Because definitely doing a lot of out front brush work, a lot of frequency clip work, and all sorts of grooming and vertical work, and we've done backtrack, double cut, perpendicular cut work. Bent grass is a completely different animal than Bermuda grass,
yeah.
And in the transition zone especially, where we are, where it's high stress, for sure.
Yeah, I was actually going to shift into that to sort of talk about bent grass and the plant health perspective part of it, because obviously you're wanting to get the best possible surface, but you can only push so hard, even if you're going at that high frequency, light intensity. So, Brian, obviously from the brushing perspective, you're seeing courses both with bent grass and Bermuda grass. How are some of these brushing treatments sort of impacting health if they're getting a little too aggressive, or what are you seeing from a speed perspective with brushing? Dr. Kaminsky did some work on brushing in a short-term study, and the results were a bit surprising. I think we saw decreased ball roll because of that, and lowered bent grass quality. So with bent grass in your area, and then maybe followed up with a discussion from you, John, and Zach around bent grass in your areas, how is that holding up with some of these brushing programs that are out there?
I agree with everything in Kaminsky's study, actually. So it was a 2-week study. They looked at some different brushing, different brushes, and essentially the ball roll speed slowed down, and turf quality went down. Yeah, in a 2-week period, when you start brushing, absolutely, the greens are going to be slower. And more than likely, the greens are going to get worse before they get better. So brushing is a long-term strategy. It takes a while, whether it's Bermuda grass or bent grass. I've seen the similar results. You just start light, and over time, it will get better, but it kind of gets worse before it gets better. And absolutely, if you're brushing the day of a tournament and you want fast green speeds, I'd pull the brushes off because the greens are going to be slower the day that you brush, unless you mow and brush in the afternoon and then mow without brushes in the morning, which is something we did on bent grass greens at the Senior Open in Oklahoma. As far as, there's out front brushes, there's gear-driven brushes.
We go to 230.
Chip Howard has a booth over there. Dr. Howard has a really nice out front brush system. We're doing okay with time?
Yeah, so we go to 230.
Yeah. So those are great brushes. Whether, again, there's different stiffness levels, whether you're on bent grass or Bermuda grass. I haven't seen damage from brushing, even on bent grass. Now when it's 110 in my area, we're generally pulling back on the brushes, but nevertheless, the take-home message for me is start at light intensity, and it's going to take some time to train that grass to stand up. And mow, attack that grain in multiple directions. The most aggressive, with an out front brush, your most aggressive direction is going to be uphill because the grain is growing downhill. So to start off, if you're worried about scalping or being too aggressive, then mow cross slope. That is the least aggressive direction for brushing or vertical mowing or grooming, is just start with mowing with those practices cross grain. And as the grass gets a little bit more trained, then you can go into the grain and down grain. For the gear-driven brushes, I personally, I really like the Greens Perfection brush. Rodney Lingle is a good buddy of mine, now down in Texas. Done a tremendous amount of work on brushing, and that's a phenomenal gear-driven brush. You can set it with a greens, with a groomer gauge, and some like to sort of eyeball it. I'd much prefer to get the groomer gauge out and have your mechanic measure that brush height. When you start in the spring, start at about mowing height, equivalent to mowing height, and then the brush can go down to maybe 70 to 90 thousandths above the bottom of the rollers is a pretty good guideline where to set those gear-driven brushes.
John, let's move into sort of some of the research that you've done recently on frequency of clip and adjusting that. So give us kind of an overview of what the research says around how adjusting frequency of clip impacts trip performance and speed and overall health. And then I'd like to get the group to sort of chime in as to how often are we seeing superintendents adjust frequency of clip?
So we did several studies on both bentgrass and Bermuda grass looking at frequency of clip and at different mowing heights as well. So we went from 80 to 110 and 150, and then we had 3 different frequencies of clip. So right there's 9 different mowers, and we did this at University of Tennessee on bentgrass and also at Michigan State at the same time. Tom Nicolai was doing it on bentgrass too. Then we also did it on Bermuda grass, and what we found was we've had these trends of going from 11 bladed to 14 bladed reels. Well, that's because the mowing heights are getting down to 80 where you're mowing, so that the engineering of the mower setup, the clip a reel determines your mowing height. And so you have to, at those low mowing heights, you have to get an increased clip a reel. But increasing the frequency of clip, we've actually seen absolutely nothing happen. We didn't get an increase in clipping yields. You do off the first couple days, but it's kind of like that brush study. After 2 weeks, it's equilibrated. So that would be nice to see those studies go beyond 2 weeks or on doing these things, because these greens equilibrate after 2 weeks. And then that frequency of clip, you didn't pick up more yield than you did at any of the heights of cut on Bermuda grass or bentgrass. The only thing we found by increasing frequency of clip was every Monday we'd do a light sand top dressing, and when we come back on Tuesday to mow, we picked up more sand. So you had more sand in your buckets and more wear and tear on your machines, and you spend all that money for sand. It's pushing that sand into the bucket. So the frequency of clip actually didn't increase anything. And we've compared that to that study, but we also did a study looking at where we did the backtrack double cut, and then a perpendicular cut, and then a single cut, and then a single cut with a increased frequency of clip. And basically the backtrack double cut and the double cut perpendicular picked up more clipping yields and gave you, but again, higher frequency of clip didn't do the same as doing a double cut in our replicated research on either species.
So the frequency of clip, I guess, in my experience, we initially see higher clippings, and it takes some time. I think it takes 3 to 6 weeks until you see, this is a bit subjective, but an improvement in the architecture and the texture of the greens. Now that's debatable, maybe, but I think there is some value in the higher frequency of clip. Now, a single cut with higher frequency of clip versus a double cut, I'm with you. I'll take the double cut, and you better pull them. You better not use that high frequency of clip after sand. I'm with you 100% there. It's just it's a fan, right? Yeah, you're just shoving that sand right into the.
So implementing the brushing, frequency of clip, grooming, vertigrooming, all those different practices that sort of are bundled into that service management discussion. I mean, it is so much of an art. Knowing when to do something is maybe sometimes just as important as knowing when not to do something. So when we pull in sort of the data side of things, trying to create more science to help you make some of these decisions, like I wanted to get into this part of data collection to sort of, you still have to have the art, but as we pull in more science, it just helps us make more informed decisions around our greens. So, let's start with data collection, service data collection. Zach, other than soil moisture readings, is green speed the most common piece of sort of performance data that you see superintendents, doing on a regular basis to get a feel for performance of the greens?
I would probably say, yeah, putting green speed. And it's, you don't see everything from testing multiple greens or testing one green. I mean, the reality is figuring out what way of measuring putting green speed, and not a different way of measuring, but how frequency or how many greens that you do every day. What works for you? I mean, obviously, anybody that's done it knows it's not a time-consuming process, but it's just, I think, being consistent with what greens you test and when you test them, and just using that to gauge how your greens are performing. I mean, obviously there can be a lot of user error when somebody, or not, there can be some variability depending on who's checking the putting green speeds, but I mean, given what's out there right now, that's really the best metric we have as far as gauging how putting greens are performing, and then also evaluating everything we're doing to putting greens every day and what can be done to improve performance and ultimately turf health.
And the Stimpmeter's always been a pretty controversial tool. It's been designed to help with consistency from green to green, but it has obviously been looked at as something that's contributed to the arms race, so to speak, with respect to faster green speeds, and it's always a polarizing subject, and so maybe that's one reason why some superintendents don't measure their green speed. But Jared, I wanted to throw, this is a little bit of a tougher question at you. Chris Trittabaugh from Hazeltine National has been pretty outspoken recently about sort of his changeover from initially really using the Stimpmeter as a doorstop, and that was it, to now moving it to something that he checks his greens every day. So I'd like to get your take as a superintendent. Why do you think so many superintendents either don't stimp their greens or just don't record the number itself? They check it and, okay, I know what the speed was that day. So kind of a two-part question there.
Well, from the superintendent's point of view, I think what happens and why some people get maybe intimidated or start looking at the Stimpmeter as a bad thing and use it as a doorstop is more of that the guy down the road says he's got 13. He's rolling 13s, 14s, and my golfers are hearing that, so they're comparing my golf course to the other person's. And you start getting into the arms race of, well, I'm going to be 13 today, I'm going to be 13.6 tomorrow, and you just keep pushing. And the Stimpmeter wasn't designed for that. It was designed for consistency on your golf course, green to green, and that's what it should be used for. And I think we're getting past the mantra of chasing the green speeds down the road. I think we're starting to get back into using it as a tool to say, are my greens staying consistent week to week, month to month? Because my golfers don't really care that they're going to be 12 or 14. What they want is to play every day and have that consistent speed day to day. They would rather have 12s every day or 11s, just be consistent. Don't give me a 13 today and give me a 10 tomorrow. So they want that consistency, and that's where I use that tool to really give me that one data point to, are my greens staying consistent? Am I in the ballpark? And then I can use it as a communication tool to my membership to say, we're on target today. We're within the expectations of what you want. So, I don't post the Stimpmeter readings at my golf course. I don't tell them, but we list it as days within the range that we're desired.
How many greens do you measure?
So on a daily basis, we measure one green.
One green.
But then periodically we'll go out and we test one on the front, one on the back, and then one at the practice facility, just to kind of see where we're at. And then right around tournaments, we host the Georgia Open, and we will stimp all the greens every day in the morning and evening, just to kind of make sure that we're staying consistent for that tournament.
So when you measure all the greens, what do you find out different than when you're just measuring one or two greens?
So when you're measuring all of your greens and you're actually comparing your green speeds across your whole golf course, you'll find that there are sections of your golf course that are very different. We have 4 greens on the back 9 that are just so much slower than everything else. And we know that, we learned that from the data, so what we do is we will go out there and we'll give those greens extra cuts, extra rolls, or even during the wintertime, those greens are the slower greens, so we put an extra roll on it when we roll all the greens, so we'll just double roll it. But you start to find that your greens are, they're all in their separate sections and their micro environments. And when you start taking data and you start really looking at things like from that perspective, it really helps you go into that next level of management to say, maybe this green doesn't need a double cut every day. It's in the shade, it performs well, it rolls the same as this other green with half the effort. And so, I mean, one of the big takeaways that we do is we always send out a mowing sheet. Our greens do not just get single cut or double cut. We will write on each green 1, 2, 3, 1, skip. And that's how that starts to come back. When you start using the data, it starts coming back to you on ROI, and I know we'll talk about that later.
Oh, good. I just don't like that speed's the litmus test that we're using to measure greens a lot. It's firmness, uniformity, consistency, trueness of roll. Roll out. If a lot of things are doing that now. Speed's an adjustment, and obviously it's good that they're not chasing the other courses as much anymore because, as you're trying to chase that speed and get faster greens, what are you doing to get there, and are you compromising the trueness of the roll? Because if you're lowering your heights to get those green speeds and you get more ball marks, more damage, more foot traffic, then the trueness of the roll and the actual putt isn't as good, and the consistency of that putt. So I like to look at the measurements, and I see all my students down there because we're going over putting green management right now on cool season putting green management at school on Monday. But it's doing all those things to get it. And I think, Mike Morris at Crystal Downs Country Club is, in my mind, one of the best superintendents out there, and he's taking control of that, because they got old Alistair McKenzie shaped greens. And if you're trying to get those speeds for those few members that want them really fast, you're taking off a lot more members than you're making by making just those 5% happy. So he took control of surveying his greens and got all the members to identify, what's the ideal green speed, and it was between 9.5 and 10.5 on the stimp meter. And like you, he doesn't post his things, but on the first tee, you can see today, the idea, it's decided by the members of Crystal Downs Country Club, the ideal green speeds are between 9.5 and 10.5 on the stimp meter, and today they are at, above, or below. Because you can't do it every day, obviously, if it's been raining or whatever. And it says, if you would like to know what the green speeds actual are, please contact Mike Morris, your superintendent, so he can know what members want to know that, and he can communicate with them, because that's the key, is communicating with them of why do they want to know.
Well, and you're alluding, there's a missing part of the data collection is the stimp is telling you one thing. It's how far that ball is going to roll on that line, but there's the whole, is it wobbly? Is it, are you getting that bumpiness? And that's when you have to, the putter is my number one tool, but it's so subjective. Right. It's subjective. I'm having to look at that ball and, okay, so it's rolling 12 today, but it's hopping.
Yeah.
Would you rather be on 11 that's smooth and the ball never leaves the line, or would you rather have 12 and the ball's rolling all over the place and wobbly? And so ball rail distance, it's one part of the whole, data taking.
Right. We're trying to start to do some video capture and look at that and see if you can look at that wobble and trueness, or how it's going to veer off pattern.
At a golf course I worked at, we actually did that same survey that Mike did at Crystal Downs, and that Tom Nicolai talks about in one of his books. And it was interesting. We did it over 2 years, and just some takeaways from it. During a stretch of really dry weather, we actually intentionally did less to the greens to produce a slower green speed, to see if the perception would be that they're faster because their ball's hitting at the front of the green and rolling through the back of the green because of firmness. And the perception was the greens were faster when they were firmer.
Right.
So that's a huge part of it. And then also the influence of weather over our ability to manage green speed in the range that was more or less identified that we thought the members would want before. So we had a really hard summer the first year, and we were about 72% that we were in that range that we had identified. And we had probably one of the mildest summers the following year in the Mid-Atlantic, and we were 95% within that range. So it just gives you an idea of the ultimate X factor is going to be Mother Nature in determining how putting greens can perform from that from the putting green speed perspective.
It's nice because at Crystal Downs, the membership had a thing just after they did that and said, might be likely to slow them down. So it's actually now between 9 and 10. But 9 and 10 at Crystal Downs on a big undulated green, 10's fast.
That's plenty of speed there.
You lose pin placements as you get faster, right? So yeah.
So sort of continue along the line of data collection. Obviously, I think we all agree there's value in measuring green speed and recording that green speed, and whether or not you share that with anyone, it's still a good performance indicator to keep track of. The newest trend is really collecting clippings and looking at clipping volumes. And Jared, that's something that you've been doing, correlating clippings with performance really since 2009. So how did you get into putting green data collection specifically on clippings? And then what decisions are you making based off of those clippings and green speeds, things like that you're taking each day?
I mean, that's a great question. I started in 2009 and started small with small amounts of data, and then it's kind of grown from there. But it was for two reasons. That it was communication to the membership, and it was communication within our management team. And both of those things were, they impact what we can do on a day-to-day basis. And so one of the things that happened was, as far as management goes, I remember Nelson was the superintendent at the time and I was the assistant. And, we're a little turf nerdish, okay? I mean, I think that'll come out as we keep going here. I love this stuff, I love data. But we're looking at the walk mowers going across the greens, and we're talking about what we're going to do and what we did yesterday and how it's impacting what's going on right now. And he looks at that bucket and he says, yeah, looks like we have a lot more clippings than yesterday. And I looked at the bucket and I said, that looks like a lot less clippings than yesterday. And here you have the two decision makers who are trying to plan out, are we being successful with what we're doing? Are we going in the right direction? Is what we're doing today what we want? And yet we can't even have a conversation about what we're seeing because it's so subjective. And so right there, it was like light bulb went off. That's a measurable thing. When we were in grad school, we measured clippings. Why can't we do that on the golf course? And so, that brought that to the forefront and started that for me. But then the other part of it, and I think everybody who's superintendents in the room right now, one of the biggest challenges is communication with our membership. What do we hear all the time? They don't understand what we do. They just don't get it. Well, what are all those people in the room? They're all business people, and they all understand numbers. They understand the black and the white and the red. They all understand it. And when you present data to them on a table and shows this trend line going down or up, everybody in that room can say that's good or bad. They can all see it. And that was the big thing for me, was especially being young and being young in the industry, trying to get them to understand what we were doing and what the value in what they're giving, the money that they're providing to our budget, where is it going and what is it producing. And so those are the two reasons I got into it, and it's been very, very successful to bridge both those gaps.
And what types of decisions are you making off of that clipping data, to help your day-to-day? Like once you and Nelson started to really dive into it and learn your clipping volumes, how did that influence things like PGR applications or fertility applications or even top dressing?
Yeah, so when you start doing it, if you're not doing any type of data collecting and you start, it doesn't help you as much right out of the gate, because you're learning what your greens are telling you. You have to start to track it and see these trend lines. But over time, over weeks, over months, over years, you start having the data sets that come in with your stimp meter readings, your how much top dressing you're putting out, how many cuts, clipping volumes. You start to, all of a sudden, it changes. You are no longer reacting to your greens. We're not making decisions going, oh, we double cut and it wasn't the right move today, we messed up, or we should single cut tomorrow. All of a sudden, it's all pro-action. You're ahead, because you know that in April, the greens are gonna wake up, they're gonna start growing really fast, and you need to drop the heights, get that clipping volume up, get that old grass off as quickly as possible. But you don't know that if you're not seeing that data set over the years start to develop. So, I use it for fertility. It helps give me that idea of, is the grass growing too much? I know that threshold over time, how much clippings I want. And if I have above that, I know I have too much fertility, not enough PGRs, or I'm not mowing enough. And you can start to really dial in some of those practices. And the thing is, it all starts to come together. The greens will tell you that what's coming year over year. One of the most interesting things from my, 14 years of data now, is that The greens do the same thing every year. They don't vary. I mean, we're talking within 10 to 14 days. Pythium weather, April 4th. I mean, Pythium starts to creep in right around that time frame. So all of a sudden, you can plan your chemical applications. Let's just put it out on April 1. Let's call it good. Let's not battle that Pythium outbreak. So that's how I use it. I use it to help me get ahead of the greens and not being so reactive.
So have you done like any growing degree day stuff and with what you're seeing in growing degree days, and then all of a sudden trying to, now you can give it another advance, maybe this is going to give you an indicator, now you need to get ready to do this, or each year might be a little different by a couple of weeks, right?
I played with growing degree days. We did it for a whole summer, and I just never was able to get that dialed in with the ultra dwarfs.
Right.
I know it's very, very successful, and with bent grass, I just have not been as successful with it on ultra dwarfs. But that's just probably user error too.
Right. Maybe.
So the clipping volume, part of things, and this is where you're taking something that came from a research, practice, and moving it into the field. So it's imperfect. John, obviously, when you're doing clipping volumes and at the research level, trying to get things published, you're using, you're drying it with ovens, trying to get absolutely just the weight of the clippings themselves. So superintendents aren't going to have time to, dry their clippings to really dial that down. So I'm curious, any tips sort of how superintendents can that they're collecting clippings can maximize their consistency with what they're doing on the golf course?
Yeah, I think it's just measuring the volume. Like, when they go and they dump it in the back of the workman or the Cushman or whatever, and you just look at it, and maybe put some tape on the sides and you put it in a little box that you dump it in to see what's the volume you're getting off of each green and how different is it every day. I think that would be more of it. I kind of cringed when you talked about measuring clippings because it brought back horror stories of my graduate student days, and I make my grad students do all that, and yeah, like you said, we do it, but we also separate the sand from it too. So we collect our clippings and then we float them and then we measure get the sand that comes off. So, I think there's practices, and as we got into this micromanagement and these things, on that day after your maintenance Monday or whatever, do as little to the green on that Tuesday as possible so you don't disrupt that sand top dressing you've put in, because it's, because you pick up a lot more sand than you realize when you mow on a Tuesday. So for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, to that point, I think sometimes superintendents will get into we can't do it like the researchers. We're not doing 8 replications or 5 replications on 4x4 plots, and you don't have to. You don't get lost in how to do it. Just be consistent with what you do, and then that's going to help you. Because once again, we're not trying to compare down the road or compare to somebody else. You're trying to learn what your putting greens are doing, and if what you're doing to them is working and getting the desired result.
So if you move to a new facility, Jared, you've got 14 years of data. If you move to a new facility that had a couple years of data, what would be the sort of 2 or 3 things that you would really need to dive into that data set around? Assuming they're collecting clippings and green speed, that kind of thing. What would be the biggest 2 or 3 things you would want to know with that data set?
Well, we talked about it. The clipping volume and stent meter readings are pretty important. They're 2 very good tools that I like to use to help make my decisions. But one of the third one that I think is sometimes overlooked is that journal. How many times did you mow the greens? How many times did you groom them, verticut them, roll them? That's the type of stuff that starts to lay out an expectation level. Because if you go into a golf course and let's say the greens are in, it's a rescue situation. Well, you don't want to keep doing what they're doing. So if they have some of those data points, you can start saying, well, man, they just mowed them to death. They mowed 400 times last year, and there's nothing left. And you can say, I need to start there. Let's start backing off our mows. But I really think that just tracking what you're doing and how many times you do it is really good, because it helps with what I just said, but it also helps budgetarily. And you can set up where are you going, how much labor is going into each of those things, because all those things add up to dollars and cents. And when you're called in to defend your budget, when you start slapping up numbers of cuts and verticuts, you can ask them, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? 25% budget cut? You want me to cut out 25% of the mows? Are we ready for that? It starts to change the conversation. It goes back to you're talking to business people, And if you can change the dialogue and get on their level, you can start winning a lot of those battles that we can lose by just saying it won't be good.
Adam, let me just jump in for a second. So I agree. I think clipping yield and green speeds. In some courses I work with in Southern Nevada and in Arizona, that's what they're every day. It's some amount of clipping yield and green speed. And it was interesting talking to them in kind of preparation for this. Number one, they said, my green speeds are just more consistent day to day and year to year, making decisions based on that information. So they got rid of the swings in green speed. So, I mean, that's a big success right there. Another one was, they said, over time, and to your point, Jared, this doesn't happen over weeks. This happens over months and even years. They were able to really reduce their nitrogen inputs. A couple courses in Vegas I talked to, superintendents, I'm down to only about 2 pounds of nitrogen per 1,000 square foot per year, where formerly I was double that. And I just realized with this data that they found a happy place for their amount of clippings per day, and they determined how much nitrogen they needed to get there. And they realized that they were over applying nitrogen. So they really reduced their nitrogen risk. And then secondly, they were able to reduce their mowing. So rather than mow every day, they realized they were just over mowing the greens, and all this data, led to that decision. So they went to mowing and rolling alternatives. So now their labor savings. So I mean, to justify the minimal time of collecting this data is minuscule compared to what some of these courses has achieved with their performance and labor savings by using this information.
So Jared, collecting the performance data, 52 weeks a year, 7 days a week, that's a lot. That takes a team effort. That's something probably not that you can just do all by yourself. So how do you make sure there's sort of buy-in from your whole staff, to understand the importance, and maybe it's just sort of your leadership staff or whomever is, checking the greens and emptying those buckets to actually give you the chance to then measure them. How do you make sure there's buy-in, and then how do you recommend someone getting started into the clippings?
The number one pushback that I get from people when we talk about this or we start getting into it and I try to help set up some data collection for somebody, the biggest pushback is I don't have time. I hear that's the number one pushback. I don't have time. And to your point, it's we don't have time. But you have to have your supporting staff around you. We all have staffs, and my staff, my management team, and myself are all part of this process. So I can't spend 30 minutes in my office just clicking in Excel. That's a waste of my time. But when we have a team around us, so for instance, my staff member who goes to the putting green every day, that's where he's going to start mowing that green. It is part of the SOP for them to take the 5-gallon bucket with them. They go, mow it, put the clippings in. They bring the bucket at the end of the morning back to the office, and then the assistant grabs the bucket when they come in from their morning shift, weigh it real quick. The bucket's already tared. The whole process takes 30, 45 seconds, and then the next person puts it into Excel. So there's 3 people that are all working on one data point, and it's all those 3 people adds up to 1 minute, 2 minutes apiece. That's cool. And it's not just me, it's not just the management team, but it's the entire staff that's doing it. Even with volumetric water readings, TDRs, the staff's out there getting those numbers and recording them. Mm-hmm. So it's a team effort. Everyone puts a little bit of time in it to get these big numbers and big data sets, and all of a sudden they get it when I've showed my green committee meeting presentations to the staff and my management team, and then all of a sudden they can see what their work is producing. So once again, it's just a great communication tool, and everybody's involved.
And your leadership obviously is a big part of that. I mean, that's just part of mowing greens is that's the process that you got to do. So and that's a testament to your leadership of training your employees to know that you're not just done when you mow the greens, but this is the next step that has to be done to these things. And that's.
I haven't taken a stimp meter reading in probably 2 years, and we have it for every day. But that's not my job. That the assistant in charge is out there, and he takes the stimp meter readings, and then I'm putting right behind him, and we talk about the results and if we're heading in the right direction. So it's about team effort, communication, and everyone buying into an overall result.
So Brian, when you talk to a golf course and you hear the, maybe pushback isn't the right word, but the greens are in a good condition and they're fairly content with their process of just sort of eyeballing the clippings. What do you say to that superintendent, sort of why you think there's still the advantage of collecting clippings when things are pretty good?
Well, Jared brought up earlier, it's too subjective from one person to another. It's like the moisture meters. I mean, we all, one person can feel pretty good about using a knife or a soil probe, and we're at a good moisture content. But if I take one and you take, we're all going to have a different opinion, and that type of exercise evolved into, every golf course pretty much uses soil moisture meters because they can manage to a number. Well, with clipping yield, it's maybe not as critical, but a similar thing in that we're just going to have a different perception of so empower your staff around you to collect that data and use that data to make decisions. There's so much topic about, so much discussion about mental health these days. It'd be nice to empower your assistants and such to make some decisions, and you don't have to be there 7 days a week making those decisions. So there's something to be said about that as well.
So we touched on this a little bit with respect to green speed data, and obviously that has gotten to the point where a lot of courses are compared to one another based on what the perceived green speed is. And when we look into clipping yields, a couple questions really for the group. Number one, do we think it's practical to be able to compare clipping volumes or clipping yields from one course to another? Superintendents talking, they talk a lot about different moisture meter numbers, but those don't seem to travel all that well. So lots of variables that are going to impact those clipping yields with mowers, agronomic plans, grass types. First question, do we think it's practical to compare those numbers? Do you think superintendents would actually maybe benefit from learning, hey, what's my tip? What's your average clipping yield? In our platform in Deacon, we've got the ability to sort of report out clipping volume per 1,000 square feet. So we could compare them. Would superintendents benefit from that?
I think the general discussion, yes, but the reality is you've got to figure out what works at your particular golf course. At the end of the day, we're trying to grow as little grass as possible to produce the best surface. The less the grass is growing, the better it performs, throughout the day. But every golf course is different growing environments, different amount of play, different grass types. So I think for the sake of a healthy discussion on how a golf course can get better, yes, but as far as direct comparisons, I don't think so. I don't think it would be, but it can definitely get people thinking on how they can improve. Absolutely. I
agree with what Jared said. He has 4 greens that are always different than the rest on his golf course. So how are you going to compare another golf course that might have different species or varieties or different percentage of organic matter in the soil? And if you've got different percentage of organic matter in the soil, your soil volume moisture is going to be different, and so your moisture levels might affect the growth. Different nitrogen carriers or programs that you're doing. So yeah, that's different. It's a great thing to have other courses do the same thing, but know that they're their own unique thing.
Certainly be interested to you take that out further when comparing, maybe not necessarily golf courses, but markets. If you, like you said, with Deacon, and you have potentially everything in ounces per 1,000, it's like, well, in the upper Midwest, this is a trend. We see this range, and then obviously for Florida or Georgia, or where there's comparing it to not comparing it to Ultradorf, but not comparing cool season to Ultradorf, but looking at Ultradorf markets and stuff like that. Not sure if there would be, but it would certainly be interesting to look at to help maybe give some better advice for a superintendent that was looking to start. Say, hey, this is a range you may want to target, and then go from there.
Yeah, I could see if you moved into a different region or switched grasses and kind of had if there was an aggregator sort of this is typically where we fall with the Ultradorf green in the summer, or this is usually where we end up with in the summer for a pole bent green or something along those lines.
Yeah. Of course, in Vegas, Adam, they have fans on their greens, and so they clip clippings every day. But when the fans are running, the surfaces dry out, and their clipping yield is way less than when the fans are not on. So it's like, but they've done it enough that they know that that's coming. But again, to share from one course to another is tough. I think you have to dial in what's at Euro. And we just talked about green speeds. Green speed targets are so different from one course to another. So it's got to be something that you figure out at your own facility.
Another one for the group. So intuitively, fewer clippings you would think would result in typically faster green speed. But is that what you guys are seeing, or have you noticed any trends there that sort of line up, or is it's still too early to tell? We've got to grow some grass, obviously.
Yeah.
The trends on my golf course is the more grass I'm taking off, if that bucket is full, the ball is going to roll much less. The ball roll is going to be a lot slower. So the goal is to get enough clippings to where you have good plant health, a good surface, but not enough clippings to where you're seeing a negative impact on your stimp or your putt.
I'd agree that in general that is true. It's interesting though, we do, as agronomists, we do 2 or 3 championships a year, and some of those courses we're collecting clippings, quantifying clippings, and obviously we're measuring green speeds on every green twice, sometimes 3 times a day, and sometimes clipping yield doesn't necessarily translate into the green speed. So for example, we'll go to a U.S. Open type of golf course where the clippings are like this in the basket, and yet we're still losing 18 inches, 24 inches of green speed from 6 a.m. to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Say, well, it's growth. Like, really? I mean, we're not having a lot of clippings on the green. So it in general, I agree, but it's not black and white. I would say there's some things that we just don't understand, to be quite honest.
Well, there's a phenomenon where I've actually seen where you start keep cutting. We just kept cutting one day, and all of a sudden, when you start hitting those 4, 5, 6 cuts, your stem goes the other way. They started to slow down. It's just a weird phenomenon, but once again, you start to learn things when you write them down.
So, John, thinking from turf research, I think it can and should be a two-way street, and in most cases it is. But as a researcher, if you had really good averages on some of these things around clippings or average fertility inputs, for instance, how would that help you plan research, or what are some of those things that you'd really want to know when you're thinking about some of these things from a research perspective?
So from a research perspective, it's definitely a two-way street, because no idea is a new idea, and that's what's the beauty of this industry is superintendents are really creative in what they're doing, and through trial and error, and I've learned a lot, and we brought up Rodney Lingo earlier. With his Greens Perfection brushes, he changed the industry for mowers, because he said you had to use the Greens Perfection brush and it could only do a counter rotation. And he did this just based off of his things, and at that time it was only one of the mower companies had that, happened to be green, and they only had the counter. So we did that research based off of what Rodney said, and we looked at and we compared counter versus forward rotating brushes, and we did it on bent grass and we did it on Bermuda grass, but this is based off of what he was seeing, and we found that it didn't matter if you did forward or counter rotating on bent grass, but it did on Bermuda grass, and the counter did give you a more yield of clippings picked up when you did the counter rotating versus the forward. But he also got the other companies, the orange and the red ones, to change that you can now do counter and forward and counter rotating, because they were always forward. So I think it's definitely, the research is a two-way street, and all I did was go and validate what Rodney was already saying about his brush on Bermuda greens, but also showed that it was different on bentgrass greens, so you didn't need to do that counter. You could do the same with the forward rotating. So yeah, it's definitely a two-way street.
So Jared, you've talked a lot about how you've had this data for many years, and you've presented it with the decision makers at your course, using things like the auto-generated graphs that we have in Deacon, for instance. I think that's a really neat feature to use this data as a communication tool. How else are you using this data, from a record-keeping perspective?
Yeah, so the data that I use is very much in that PowerPoint presentation for the stakeholders, the green committees, my GM, and I get all those numbers and I try to boil it down to the simplest terms possible. Just like with the USGA, when you don't want to present all the numbers, you don't want to say how you got there. You want to just show the trend lines. And using graphs and tables is what I use very frequently, just so that they can see where we're headed. I never just post a number. If you just post one number or one data set, they don't know if it's good or not. You got to have the previous months or previous years to see, are we going down or up? And I use it for everything. I know we're talking about surface management, but how many people look at organic matter? If you're just punching your greens or needle tining or whatever you've decided to do just year over year and not having any idea if your organic matter is going up or down, I mean, are you doing the right thing? Are you doing what's necessary? And I don't know about your golf courses, but aeration is a big deal at mine. They don't like it. They don't want to do it. They don't want to putt on open holes. And you need to be able to defend, is your organic matter trending up or down? And be able to show, we aerified twice and we lost ground. We need to do a third one. Or, hey, you know what? We're doing okay. Let's back off in aeration. Let's give you the golf course for that month. So anyway, it just goes back to giving the data to your stakeholders so that they can see it, understand what you're doing, and really back you up and get behind you, behind the team and what you're trying to accomplish.
A couple wrap-up questions for the group. So, this one's there's a fair amount in here. So, I guess the ultimate is data collection here to stay? You talk to obviously someone like you, Jared, who feels pretty strongly about it. Chris Tridabaugh is another one that he has gone and said that collecting clippings and tracking data is his most important greenkeeping metric. So, is it here to stay? Do you think? I look at it. There's some similarities to the moisture meter. In terms of, hey, we were managing moisture pretty well before we had the moisture meter. But once we got it, it became commercially available. It was affordable for so many golf courses, and we just were able to sort of pinpoint how much more we could fine-tune our greens and our moisture. So do we think clippings and data collection is here to stay? Do we think it's going to have sort of an adoption at some point like the moisture meter, or are we looking for maybe a little bit more of a long-term trend where people slowly adopt?
It may not be for everyone, but it's definitely a growing trend, and more educational sessions like this, and just the pioneering superintendents in each area that demonstrate the value of data collection. It's a trickle-down effect, right? Some of the best courses, and I will say this, of the courses that I work with that are routinely collecting data, they're all really good. Now, I'm not saying you have to collect data to be really good, but there's definitely a theme with these golf courses that are doing this routinely, is they're producing phenomenal conditions at a really high level day in and day out. And, they would tell you that this is part of that process. So, any course I work with, I would suggest, look, keep it at a simple level, one green, take the clipping yield, take a stem mirror reading, and just do that every day or even every other day just to get started. But one green isn't that bad. It's not that time consuming. And just be upfront with them that, look, it's going to take some time for this data to mean something. To your point earlier, Jared, it's weeks, months, and then courses now that have done it for a few years, they look back, and you said this, Jared, the patterns are similar every year. So it's like, wow, gosh, my green speed slowed down in May on an ultra dwarf green. I know that I'm going to ramp up my growth regulators and maybe some vertigrooming earlier so I can manage that before it even happens. And those are the kind of things that are really impactful over time.
I agree. I think it's here for the long. I think it's here. It's definitely going to be a trend that continues to grow, and more people are going to do it. We're seeing it you see it in sports with advanced analytics and the success of those organizations there. But I think to Brian's point he made earlier in the talk, where he's seeing significant reduction in nitrogen inputs. There are courses I work with bentgrass greens that are applying around a pound of nitrogen for an entire year. I remember when I started working on golf courses, it was 4 to 6 pounds. That's a significant reduction in inputs at some of these golf courses, and it's not a coincidence that those are some of the highest performing greens I see in my travels. It's not. It's just, it'll take time, and it'll continue to grow.
as a researcher, it's always all about the data, right? So we know that. So I think golf courses, superintendents that are collecting all that data, it's a great tool and it's a great resource to go back on to justify why you're doing what you're doing on your daily management practices for everything, like you'd mentioned. So if you had to cut something out, well, this is what the repercussions are going to be, and this is what the data is going to show. And I agree. People were pretty good at water management before the TDR probe, but 9 times out of 10, when I first got to Tennessee going to golf courses, people were overwatering. I don't see people overwatering anymore now that they're using the TDR probes. So that's data that has changed for the benefit big time, and that's a huge thing that I've noticed over the last 20 years that have, one of the most improvements in putting green management is not being overwatered because of that. But now getting more data collection from the clippings and using this, I mean, yeah, like they're the highest quality greens, like Brian said, that they're probably out there that people have.
I mean, millennials make up, I took a class yesterday, millennials make up 52% of the labor force in the country. And you start looking at that, and then you got Gen Z coming behind. I mean, these are people that we're all working on our phones. Everything's through our phones and technology, and trying to find ways to incorporate technology into everything we do. And that's the labor force coming, and I don't see this going away. I think that it's going to become simpler. The applications are going to be out there, be developed, that it makes it much easier on a daily basis to do and take the data and put it together, and then you're going to have all these applications for it. I just don't see it going away. I think technology is taking over our industry because, I mean, older people in this room were doing a great job 30 years ago. We just have more tools available to us now. They're very different. Technology's changed. And so it's incorporating that green thumb with your data to create something really, really good.
So last question here, and thinking 5, 10, 15 years down the road with data collection, what do we think the next key piece of data is that maybe we don't do it very often now, but it's going to be the norm in 5 or 10 years? Is it firmness? Is it something else like smoothness or trueness?
Well, one thing that I don't see often quantified is sand top dressing. You brought up organic matter management, and other than water and mowing, I mean, I think the most important part of greens management is managing surface organic matter. And we're developing, the USGA is in the process of doing some research to develop a standardized method for that. But going along with that, I think quantifying sand top dressing, and then would ultimately smoothness and firmness. I don't know if you want to touch on the smart ball, Adam, but the USGA has a prototype ball in the works where we're hoping to quantify smoothness and firmness. We're excited about that.
To Brian's point about quantifying the amount of sand that's applied, Chris Trittabaugh and Michael Woods did an excellent podcast where they talked about really managing organic matter in the top 0 to 2 centimeters of a putting green. And if you've got 2.5 hours that you want to kill about talking about the top 2 centimeters of a soil profile, I highly recommend it. But there's a lot of good points to take away from that, and about how Chris makes an attempt to, or Chris and Mike are working to determine how much sand he needs to apply to maximize the performance of his greens. And yeah, I agree with Brian. If we're talking smoothness, trueness, and firmness, there's a great way to measure and track that. Those would be the next data, or the next metrics or data points we'd be looking to collect and record.
Yeah,
Awesome.
we've never been able to measure smoothness accurately, right? It's a subjective determination.
In my opinion, that's the missing link.
Yep.
That's still the subjective putter right now.
Yep. No, great insight, guys. Really appreciate it. It's been an awesome time talking with you on this panel. I'd encourage anyone in the audience, if you have any questions, feel free. We'll all stick around. These guys can certainly talk about data collection and service management all day long. So thanks again for your time. This has been great.
Thank you. Thanks, Adam.
Thanks, Adam.
Welcome back to GCSAA TV, sponsored by Bayer. We're coming to you live from San Diego, and right now we're talking about the 2022 Turf Bowl presented by John Deere. Our guests are Kim Ehas, Tactical Marketing Manager at John Deere, Todd Bone, Director of Agronomy at Desert Mountain Club, Cale Bigelow, Professor in the Department of Horticulture and Landscape Architecture for Turf Science, Management, and Ecology at Purdue University, and Jada Powlin, PhD student, also in the Department of Horticulture and Landscape Architecture at Purdue. Thank you all for joining me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cale, Jada, can you provide us an overview of the Turf Bowl for those who might not know anything about it?
Well, Turf Bowl is something that is kind of unique, but at the same time not. On the ag side of things, for many, many years, they've had things like crops judging and soils judging and things that have been associated with organizations like 4-H and FFA. About 20-some years ago, the groups, sports turf managers and golf course managers, put together a competition for our students to test their knowledge, to understand some of the practical skills and technical information related to turf grass to bring students together.
Excellent. And it's become very popular.
Extremely popular. It's popular and competitive.
What was it like for your students to win the Turf Bowl in 2021?
Well, we all know we were living through COVID, right?
Yes.
So campus was very, very different, and it was a virtual type of event. And to have it sort of unfold virtually, our students were extremely excited, really excited.
How much do the students prepare for the Turf Bowl, and how much do they look forward to this opportunity to show their stuff?
I'm going to pitch that to Jada.
So I would say that they start somewhere around after Labor Day. We kind of get together as a group, and about every other week or about once a month, just depends on schedule, get together, talk about teams, break them up, and then assign, different topics of what the test and the exam's going to cover. And then eventually, as we get closer to the event, we'll meet more and more.
Do they go over any previous Turf Bowl questions or anything like that? Or
So just different topics that we have through either classes or books and different types of questions we've kind of compiled throughout the years.
Talk to us a little bit about the importance of the Turf Bowl to the turf schools and to the students and the alumni. I assume it's an important thing that they look forward to every year.
I think, they look forward to this every year. It's a great opportunity for them to work as a team, to be able to combine what they've learned in all their classes and what they've learned in an internship type of position over the summer, and be able to work together and collaborate. And it's a great opportunity for the universities to compete against one another and show that university pride among one another.
As an advisor, what are you doing to motivate the students in their preparation?
Motivation is always an interesting question.
It is.
And honestly, with our students, there's a lot of self-motivation involved.
Yeah.
And we have a really good group of upperclassmen, juniors, and seniors that have really, they bring the younger students along. Back to your point about the importance of things, I think from a recruitment standpoint, it puts us in the news. And so a young person that maybe is interested in a career in the golf turf industry, they might read about it or see it on social media or something like that, and they're at least aware that a place like Purdue has a reputable turfgrass program.
Excellent. Kim, can you talk to us about the importance of the Turf Bowl to John Deere and why John Deere chooses to support this event?
Yep. So this is the 12th year that John Deere has sponsored this event. We realize at John Deere how important this event is to everyone in the industry. You guys are the future leaders of the industry, and we enjoy the opportunity that we have here at the show to meet you in person and get to know you and provide mentorship to you.
Is that why it's important for John Deere to support turfgrass?
It is, yeah. Bringing the future leaders into the industry, supporting the game and the industry as a whole.
All right, sounds good. Does this create partnerships that you are able to manage and utilize?
It does. The partnership that we have with GCSAA that carries over to the Turf Bowl is a great partnership, that we really hold dear to us. We also have other partnerships such as FFA, Green Start Academy, things like that. And again, for us, it's really all about growing the industry and growing the game.
Excellent. Todd, why is it important to Desert Mountain to support turfgrass education?
Well, any time that you can jump on with a company like John Deere and promote the business in general and promote people into golf and to grow the game, like Kimberly and everybody said, is right up our alley, and we like to be able to produce young individuals into this business to be very successful.
Excellent. What do you hope to get out of the fellowship with these students?
I think it's an awesome way to get kids into golf and to show them this side of the business on an internship level. But then to have it at a facility like Desert Mountain, like we have, where we have 7 golf courses, we have different turf grass types, we're at elevation, we host events, and being able to do it working alongside John Deere and the universities is a no-brainer for us.
What do you hope the students get out of it?
I hope that they come and learn a lot from us and grow. You know, I love teaching them. There's nothing better than seeing interns that work under you go off and be successful in the business, and you know, to see them at events like this and be able to spend time together and just watch them grow and have success in their careers.
Did I hear you mention internships?
Yes.
Yes. So in a typical year, how many internships might you have?
Any given year, we do in between 8 to 12 at our facility.
Okay. And the students obviously get a lot out of that because, you know.
Yeah, we try to get them very hands-on in a lot of the aspects. You know, a lot of kids come out of school and they don't have spraying experience and some of the fine-tuning experiences that you get in the classroom. It's hard to teach that in the classroom, as Cale can probably relate to that. And we give them some management skills and things where we feel like they, coming out, could be a better successful employee and manager eventually.
Excellent. This is to all of you. What do you hope this experience with the Turf Bowl, you know, at the show means to the students, and what do you hope that they take away from this week, other than the exam? Is there anything particular that you're hoping they walk away with? Obviously, they're going to walk away with some experience, and they're going to know a little bit more. Is it also the contacts they make at the show? And talk a little bit about the contacts.
Yeah, I'll say just from a person that went through the turf program, I mean, networking is a huge part of the success of this business, and I think the broader spectrum of people that you can meet and get to know and at facilities like ours and work at in markets like ours in the Scottsdale, Arizona area, and just build that, I think, are invaluable to students going forward. And I always tell them that whenever I speak to students is reach out your hand and don't be afraid to meet people and network, because that's where a lot of it's about.
Sure. How many students did you guys bring this year?
This year we brought 18 students.
Is that about the same as last year when you won?
This is a highly desirable place to be this time of year compared to West Lafayette. So I think there was a lot of. You asked about the motivation thing earlier.
Yeah.
I think when some of them saw where the location was, it was.
Well, I'm from the Midwest as well, and I'm really happy to be here. So.
but I'll jump back to your question about what do we hope our students get out of this.
Yes.
Obviously, it's a competition. Obviously, people want to win. Okay, and we have some very motivated people that really want to win, and that's a big piece of it. But you know, as an advisor who's been doing my job for almost 20 years, the idea of, to your point, bringing people here, this particular industry is really a relationship industry, and so for our students as they prepare, there's a lot of social opportunities. So this little cohort of students, this is something 20 years down the road for them is going to be a big deal. And to your point, reaching out, meeting other students, meeting some of the leaders in this industry, and understanding the career opportunities, to me as the advisor, is equally important to competing in the Turf Bowl.
And coming to this conference and trade show.
Correct.
They may make contacts that last a lifetime.
Understanding career opportunities and hopefully finding their passion.
Excellent. Where can the students and alumni go to learn more and network this week?
I mean, I think any of the booths they can go to. The Student Hub is a great area for them to go and ask questions and learn
Is that
more.
the John Deere Student Pavilion?
The Student Hub, yep, right over here
Yeah.
to our right. And
Free snacks, by the way.
Oh, West Steve.
And I think any of the exhibitors that are here are willing to talk to any of the students at any time and answer any questions that they have specific to their, booths and industries that they work in.
All right. Well, don't forget that the 2022 Turf Bowl winners will be announced at the closing celebration tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. at the Marriott Marquis. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Appreciate it. Coming up next, we'll hear more about the future of environmental science at Bayer. Stay tuned.
Behind me is one of our screech owl boxes. We have 7 of them on site. Brian Beckner, Native Bird Boxes, is our ornithologist on staff. We have a unique piece of property with so much natural nesting areas for birds that really weren't into this program until Brian and I had a conversation. He got me excited, got me energized, and I got to tell you, it's really cool to go open the boxes occasionally and see the screech owl babies, and just exciting to watch them. This particular box behind me, I've named her Ginger. Ginger has a red color to her, the screech owl, and she comes back each year to this box to have her baby. So it's been kind of fun to watch her year after year, and certainly gleam off the excitement that Brian has for this, and it's been awesome to work with him.
So at this particular property here with Darren Davis at Old Florida Golf Club, one of the things that we are paying attention to during the renovation is how well are our wildlife doing? Are they still prolifically doing their job of coming here to raise young? And are the young being raised properly? Are we getting proper egg development, proper hatchling development, and then going on to fledglings? The answer is yes, because this opportunity here is being completely concentrated on the turf where these birds and this wildlife have the opportunity of all the other corridors to be able to hunt for wildlife. So right now, let's go take a look at some of these other species that are here at Old Florida. From the purple martins to the eastern screech owls, it's always a lot of fun to see what's happening inside those birdhouses. Well, now I'm going to show you an eastern screech owl box. On this particular property, we have purple martins, eastern screech owls, and eastern bluebirds all that nest here with us. And even inside these urban green spaces that we call a golf course, they are absolutely ideal for these birds to exist with us, capturing insects and other type of rodents that we might have. So I've already got my ladder set up, and here we go. Eastern screech owl box has a 3-inch size entrance hole. In this particular unit, I know somebody's in here because the bottom third of this box is tainted, which tells me they're grabbing with their claws and going in and out here. So let me check out real quick what's happening in here. I always put my hand underneath just in case we have a fallout of something. Oh my goodness, we have an adult with 2 hatchlings in here. This is great. All right, nice, calm, cool, and collective. Close it back up, we collected our data, and off we go. Another success story. All right, another species that we're trying to attract here happen to be purple martins. So this particular unit that's sitting right here is very full and active this season. Show you a little quick glimpse inside. Purple martins are one of the largest swallows that come to North America to see us. And here in the southeastern United States, they arrive respectfully in January. And they start raising young and hatching, and fledglings all are occurring right now. On our martin houses, we want to make sure that we have easy access for being able to maintain and manage them. So getting them down and being able to check what's happening inside is ideal. This particular guard on the front is a predator guard, and essentially we are trying to help keep hawks and owls away from attacking these boxes. Get on this side here and we'll identify what we have inside. See what's in. Oh, here we go. We have fresh hatchlings here that are probably just a couple of days old. That's a great sign for us of the purple martins. Right now we do have some nests being built, then we have some with eggs, and we have others that have hatchlings in them. So we'll check another one just to see. Yep, here's one with all eggs in there. And don't fear, human scent on the birds, that's a myth. The parents will still come back. That happens to be in mammals. What does it take to get set up for a birdhouse type of a program? It is very low to get started financially to get the birdhouses established onto a property. The biggest thing is knowing exactly what style birdhouse to buy, to utilize for what species specific we're trying to attract. Everybody wants to be able to have a northern cardinal or a blue jay or a mockingbird nest, but they want your vegetation. A birdhouse is something totally different because those are the cavity dwellers. So it's very low up front getting into the program, but what we do, we start working on a maintenance and management program, learning where those species are on your property and seeing that we have success rates. All right, so today we had a really good time. We happened to pull down that purple martin house, saw that with plenty of nesting opportunities in there. We had nests, we had eggs, we had hatchlings, and the adults were actively flying around for us. Then we went and checked out the eastern screech owl box, and it was full of hatchlings inside of it as well. On this particular property, we have 7 eastern screech owl boxes. We have 6 of those that all either have eggs or hatchlings in them right now as well. So very proud of this property and the endeavors of wildlife proliferation that we have.
Welcome back to GCSAA TV Live, sponsored by Bayer. We're coming to you live from San Diego, from the trade show floor, and joining me now is Mark Schneid, head of Bayer Environmental Science, to talk about the future of environmental science at Bayer. Welcome, Mark.
Thanks, Lee. Thanks for having me.
So, as many folks in the industry know, last year around this time, Bayer announced its intent to sell its environmental science business unit, which includes, among other things, your turf and ornamentals business. How are things going with that process?
Well, first of all, let me say, yes, Bayer did make the decision, and maybe not everybody knows what took place. So Bayer, when the company underwent its own strategic plan from a crop science perspective, they looked at their growth aspirations in crop protection and seeds and traits, and then they looked at the aspirations we have, which are very strong within environmental science. What they realized is sometimes you're better off having a company set free to fulfill their aspirations, because what they realized was that in funding the things they needed to fund with crop, they weren't going to be able to fund everything that we wanted to do to reach our growth aspiration. So that's the reason that we were put up for separation and divestment from Bayer. Okay. What I also add is what's very important to know is this is a growth story. This is about unlocking the growth that's so important, not only to what we want to achieve, but to help our industries. Sure. So that's really important. And then lastly, we're well on the way, and we're nearing the final stretch of the process.
Excellent. Do you know when you'll officially be a new company?
Well, I can give you an approximate date. Don't hold me to it.
Okay.
We're looking at probably towards the end of the third quarter
of this year.
Of this year,
okay.
That we'll be in a position to be a new standalone company. Excellent.
So are you allowed to say who's in the running as far as buyers go, or?
Let me whisper it to you. No. No, unfortunately we can't share that information.
Okay.
Of course it's confidential, but I will tell you we are really energized by the prospects.
Excellent. That's fantastic. So how are you and the employees feeling about this change?
Well, first
of all, those changes are always a little mixed feeling.
Absolutely. Whenever you make a change like this, it takes time for employees to absorb what's been announced as well as to process it. But I would say that we've also been very transparent. We're building an agile entrepreneurial company that we want all of our people to dare to explore. So it's very much based on being entrepreneurial, exploring new areas, and growing. And our employees are, I think, very, very energized by this. They're eager to get going, but no, we're in a really good place, and we've spent about the last year carving our business out of Bayer Crop Science so we can stand it up as a standalone company in preparation for the next stage of our journey.
Fantastic. So what changes can customers expect with this new company? What kind of changes will they see?
Well, first of all, let me say, I want to start with what's not going to change.
Okay.
So what's not going to change is the amazing team that we've always had to serve our industries, the brands that our customers trust and are loyal to, our pipeline of innovation, and our culture. All of that is coming with us.
Okay.
And then on top of that, we're looking at different ways to grow. And so what has changed is we're looking and building new systems, new processes to really support being an agile entrepreneurial company. Okay. And of course the name and the logo will change, but that's to be expected. But everything we're doing is really in anticipation of that organization that we want to become as this new organization.
So it's really building on what you've already done as opposed to some sort of wholesale change in the company.
Yeah. So. I mean, there are some significant changes in systems because we're bolted into a Bayer system, and I think any one of our employees knows a lot of times what we want to accomplish with it, the system is not geared towards what our specific needs are. So what we're doing is we're building a fit-for-purpose set of systems that's going to allow us to be in a better position, to be more transparent with what we're doing, as well as to serve our customers better. So it's a big win.
And they'll still have the same familiar faces that they were dealing with before when they were dealing with.
Absolutely. We're bringing our team with us, and that's one of the most important things everybody needs to take away.
Will you retain the same products that you had with the company before? Or?
Yeah, I mean, we're super excited because we're bringing the brands, we're bringing our innovation, and we're bringing our pipeline. So when you think about it, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be bringing all those things that have made us successful. And the one thing we're not bringing is the Roundup and glyphosate assets. That will remain with Bayer. But things like Spectacle and Stress Guard, Indemnify, and you can go right on down the list, that's all coming with us, as well as our new innovation like Densicor and Tetrino. So we're really excited because on top of that, we're also going to be driving innovation, and the investment we're going to make is going to be even larger in the future towards creating custom-made and tailor-made solutions for our space.
That's fantastic. Remind us, how big is the environmental science area, and how are you expecting to hire some new employees when the whole company comes out here? So
it's a good time to frame up just what environmental science is.
Yeah.
So environmental science, we sell almost over $700 million annually in products globally.
Wow.
We have almost 800 employees, and we serve multiple segments. We serve the turf and ornamental business, we serve the vegetation management business, and the public health and pest management sectors. So we serve more markets than this.
Sure.
But we have about 800 employees. We're planning on hiring about 200 more in the next year to prepare and to be ready for day one. So I think what makes us really super excited about this is even when you compare us to other major players, and even where we've been in Bayer, in a big company, you often serve multiple masters. So you're serving not only the business, but you're serving functions and things like that. And in point of fact, we're going to have one of the biggest organizations globally that's 100% dedicated to the environmental science space. So the supers out there and all of our partners out there can realize that we're going to be putting more resources with a single-minded focus into the future of this company. So
and the
very
autonomy
exciting.
will really help you out and let you focus on those things.
Absolutely. And again, we're going to take smart risks. We're going to really work hard on creating new value opportunities and new opportunities to improve the experience for our supers and for all of our customers throughout the environmental science business.
With everything that's going on with environmental science in general, this is a very timely move, it sounds like.
Yes.
That's
yes,
fantastic.
It's really exciting, and we're super excited because what's just around the corner is going to be really special.
Great. Will you continue to invest in industry initiatives under the new company?
Yes. In point of fact, if anything, I see us being able to express even more support for the industries that are so important. In the golf industry, for example, we sponsor the Green Start Academy together with John Deere and Rainbird to really help develop the next generation of golf course superintendents. Okay. Each year we have a golf course superintendent grant where we bring 10 deserving superintendents here to the event who might not otherwise come. Okay. We have a program called Women in Golf where we're really helping build that strong community of strong women in this turf environment. So again, diversity and inclusion and making sure everybody's heard. And then lastly, we're also recently become the sponsor of the GCSAA Ambassadors Program, so that we're out there helping spread the word and educate as well as turn around and make sure that all of our customers, all of the supers, all of our stakeholders have access to the information they need to help support our industry.
Fantastic. Anything else you want us to know about the future of environmental science here?
So, I think first and foremost, we're super excited. This is a growth story. Everything that's made us the company we are today, we're bringing with us. And most importantly, we're bringing our team with us. And that, I think, is one of the things that all of our supers and everybody needs to take solace from. So if you're worried about the acquisition and what's going to happen, I just say don't, because we got this. Don't worry, we got this.
I'm sure there are people who are going, oh, what's happening?
Yeah, we've got this. We've got the team, we've got the innovation, we've got the brands that you've trusted, we've got the support to be out in the field with you to make sure you're successful. And we've got the pipeline, as well as we're building additional capabilities to get even better at bringing in technology from all over the world to help serve our customers and have that amazing experience that they've always relied on. So we've got this. Yes, the name will change. Yes, maybe there's a new logo. But I will tell you, it's not the name and the logo that's important. What's important is the people, the culture, the solutions, and the pipeline. And we have all of that. So we've got you covered.
Excellent. And strong plans for the future.
Absolutely strong plans for the future. And I can't wait until day one when we can start sharing some of the things as we embark on that next step of our journey.
That's great. If people want to talk more about this, where should they go to learn more?
Yes. So we'd love if you have questions or want to talk a little bit about this, come visit us at booth 3822.
3822?
Yes.
Okay.
And then also while you're there, make sure you register for those amazing and beautiful goose dogs. We're giving another one away tomorrow.
That's right.
And then lastly, make sure you come back tomorrow to the stage, the same stage, because Rob Gombieski is going to be sharing some really fantastic and pertinent details about our latest innovation, Tetrino and Densicor.
Right.
And I think anybody that comes will be just as excited as we are on what amazing new tools they are going to be for our supers.
Great. I'm looking forward to talking to Rob. I want to hear more about this. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate you joining us.
Thank you, Lee.
Coming up next on the GCSAA TV live stage, we're talking about renovations on the golf course. We'll be back in a few.
The first step in the renovation at Old Florida Golf Club begins with the eradication of the existing Bermuda grass. It's a critical step. Without a proper eradication, the highest level of control, it's kind of a waste of time and a waste of money to go through a regrassing project because the existing Bermuda grass that you're trying to get rid of is going to come back. In preparation of the project, I did lots of research. Research dates back to the late 1988-89 with Dr. Johnson at the University of Georgia, Dr. Boyd at University of Arkansas, and then Dr. Unruh at University of Florida. What they all found is that to get successful control of Bermuda grass through herbicidal applications, you need an entire growing season. So we have over 100 days planned to eradicate the Bermuda grass. After the initial herbicide application, we waited an entire month for the grass to regrow, continuing to fertilize and water until we made our second application. That's when this process came, which is phrase mowing. Dr. Richardson at University of Arkansas has done some research on how to successfully eradicate Bermuda grass by adding this step of phrase mowing. And what he has found that after doing 2 applications of herbicide, then coming back with a phrase mowing, removing an inch of material is what we're doing. What it does is remove not only dead material, possibly some living material on that top inch, but it exposes rhizomes which are laying beneath the surface. And when it gets what it needs to grow again, water and nutrients, and air of course as well, it will regrow. So by removing about an inch of material, I'm exposing this Bermuda grass rhizome. What excites me about this is looking at this rhizome, which was just cut a few hours ago, and looking at all the green tissue here, which means that area is going to regrow. You know, with anything in golf course management, it's part art, part science. I certainly like to review the research and have a solid game plan going into it. There are many options in Bermuda grass eradication as far as going through the process. One option is I could have sod cut the entire golf course. There is a way to come in and remove it, but this is kind of the best option for us. Vertical mowing certainly was an option. Sod removal was an option. This phrase mowing to me kind of captures both of those in the best way possible and the most cost-effective means. It's a large process, a big undertaking, but one I think is going to be extremely beneficial to get the highest level of eradication at Old Florida.
Welcome back to the GCSAA TV live stage, sponsored by Bayer. Joining me now are a few guys who know a lot about golf course renovations. We have Darren Davis, Superintendent at Old Florida Golf Club, Justin Apel, Executive Director of the Golf Course Builders Association of America, and Jason Straka, President of the ASGCA. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
Darren, tell me about the recent renovation at the Old Florida Golf Club.
Sure. So with the Old Florida Golf Club's in Naples, Florida. We opened in October '93, and we had not done a renovation since opening, so pushing 30 years. It is a Reese Jones Inc. golf course. Greg Muirhead was the lead architect. The bunkers had kind of lost their character. They were original construction, so they had never been rebuilt. And obviously in the last 30 years, as these two gentlemen know, the techniques to build bunkers and the liners have been just exceeded expectations. They're great. And primarily it started as just a regrassing. In Florida, you have a lot of common Bermuda grass and off types. So we had been talking about it for 10 years or so among the board, and I said, well, you just tell me when you're ready, board, but you need to give me a couple years to prepare. Don't just spin it on me. So they finally came to me a few years back and said, okay, it's time. Can you do it this summer? No. we need a little time. So we had done a lot of trials of grasses and experiments with the different bunker method technologies that are out there, and so 2 years of planning, and we started the process of eradicating the existing Bermuda grass, which to me is probably the biggest challenge of the entire renovation process in Florida. Bermuda grass is extremely tough to kill. So started it March 15th, and I had promised them November 1 for the opening day, and I gave them a budget number, and on time and on budget. So we have a new stand of turf wall to wall. We actually did not do a greens renovation, everything but the greens.
Everything but the greens.
A little unique, but it came out great. I've been the only superintendent for 30 years that I've been there, 29 and some change. So I had a list of my staff and I put together of just small little things that we had seen, members had seen, that just little tweaks. So it wasn't like hire the architect to do a full-fledged remodel, blow it up, start over. It was more just tweaking, bringing the bunker shapes back to what they were originally, and getting a good stand of grass.
You didn't really change anything as far as the layout of the course?
No, sir. There was no architectural changes. It was more of just, as you can imagine, 30 years in Florida where we get 60 inches of rain and we have heavy play. Some of the contouring of the bunkers had been lost, so we wanted to regain that. And both Greg and I must be getting old, because Greg and I were together in 1992 when we did the golf course. So we both knew what the bunkers looked like. So Greg came in several times, and we reshaped, repainted them, took pictures, got the drone up, took shots of what our paint marks were, and so we knew where we wanted to build the bunkers. And some other small shaping, drop a mound here a little bit, reworked the lake banks, we've been adding tees for the last 8 years already, but through the process ended up adding 3 more forward tees, trying to get to that yardage, which Jason probably would tell you a number that he likes, but Reese Jones Inc. would like about 5,000 from that most forward tee. So we're getting closer by adding 3 more tees.
Excellent, excellent. Let's talk a little bit about how courses prepare for a renovation. Can you tell us some of the things that this is open to anybody who wants to jump in here?
Time, that is the biggest thing right now, is to make sure that you allocate enough time. Whether it's because builders are busy, architects are busy, superintendents are overwhelmed sometimes just because of the amount of play and the pressure that's happening. Supply chains, are a little bit difficult to manage right now. So, it starts from the bottom on up. I will tell you that from a design perspective, right now, it may be only 20% of my actual allocated work time. So much of it is spent working with the contractors, the superintendents, trying to find materials. And that's a big part of what we do is problem solving right now. So that would be my biggest word of advice, allocate enough time.
Can you talk a little bit about what were you going to say?
No, yeah, of course, with that, plan early. The things that you're going to need. If it's a certain grass variety, look at the tools that are out there. growers contracts and things like that. Secure what you can control, what you can control, I think would really help that, because there are so many other uncontrollable factors with whether it's shipping or material, as you mentioned. But if there's things that you know you're going to do or know that you're going to need, and you have an idea of when you're going to need them, try to secure those early and get those, on reserve at least.
Okay. So as Justin said, I mean, times have changed in the 30 years since we originally constructed it. We had to make a contract for the grass. I mean, we were going to do 55 acres of sod. So a year and a half in advance of the project, I took a check up for 20% of that cost to secure it. Okay. And then we did plan ahead. We had several years, and then relationships. We have a number of companies, a number of builder, and that we have good relationships that certainly come through when challenges do come up.
I imagine whenever there's a renovation like that, you have to manage the members' expectations about what's going to be happening around as they are continuing to play. Can you talk?
Yeah, they're very curious when their course is blown up. Settle the rumors. Do what? Tours. Plan weekly tours. Do updates. Get the superintendent involved and have them share some of the progress that's happening. The contractor is going to give, with the architect, a pretty solid schedule of what's happening and when they expect certain things to be completed. There's no reason that can't be transparent to the members, so they can see that progression too, that their course is on schedule. Or if there is a setback, weather or whatever it might be, everyone is on the same page of what those holdups, what's causing them and how they'll be corrected, so you get the magic words of on time and on budget.
Transparency, I would say, as Justin had said. I mean, that's always a big thing, for all of us working together, making sure that we're communicating to the members, so that could be through tours, which I'm sure that Darren's group, had done a lot of. That could be through drones, so we have wonderful technology now that maybe 10, 15 years ago, we didn't have. So you could do drone progressive journal updates every week and show them all the progress. Even if you're a member at a club in Florida, but maybe you live up north and you're not there, certainly that's what a wonderful thing to be able to go see your golf course being transformed.
Yeah, and you can share that socially, very inexpensively, and really use that to share it with beyond the membership, the progress. It's exciting things. People like to watch that process. You can really get an in-depth view very easily with the drone footage and see the progression, go back and compare it to where it was a month before to that, and really see it come together.
It was wonderful to see how many people would read the blogs I put out. It was a blog every few weeks. Social media is the way that most people communicate today, even members of our clubs at the age level that they are. So my blog was updated frequently, Instagram, Twitter, daily, operated the Old Florida Facebook page, and then they would see that. They don't always give it a like, but they're looking at it, and when they would come in town, they would call ahead wanting a tour. And my counterpart, PGA Director of Golf, he has more interaction than I do, but after the first tour we did together, he goes, "You're doing them all," because the excitement that they would see him, like, "We're doing this, we're dropping that mound, we're doing this," and so they really enjoyed that excitement. And I'll give you the short version of Dr. Dewich taught me over 30 years ago. The business is 10% turf and it's 90% people. Doesn't matter how good of a turf grower or how great that renovation is, if you're not keeping them informed, you could have some challenges.
Joe had some good things to say. What are some best practices for a renovation when you're working with a builder and an architect? Talk to us a little bit about.
You said it. The transparency is huge, I think. You'll run into problems. You're out moving dirt. I mean, you're taking apart systems and trying to integrate drainage and make improvements, and then you bury it. So you want to do it right. You don't want to go back in and then have to dig that back up or make adjustments after the fact. So there's got to be good transparency so that it's designed well, installed the best, so it can be maintained the best. And so when a problem does arise, is work through it as a team, and that way everyone's on the same page.
I'll tell you that one of the BMPs, for me that I love to see is that when the three of us, now we haven't had an opportunity to work together each, but meaning the golf course, superintendent, golf course architect, and the builder, and so that those expectations are married to your clients, and so that everybody is on the same page, so we know what the vision is from an architectural perspective, how it's supposed to play, the strategy, how we're helping to make sure that there's good drainage, irrigation, so that we can help promote, the best agronomic practices, Same thing that goes with the builder. So having that common vision instilled early is huge.
So that communication early and often,
you bet,
throughout the whole process is key.
And this is true of any scope of project.
Right.
You know, really,
Sure.
it can be a private club, it could be a 9-hole municipal club. I mean, these points are all across the board relevant to the process.
Excellent. What are some things to avoid, and how do you deal with unexpected challenges, or maybe it's expected, but such as weather? I mean, how do you have to plan for that because the weather's going to screw things up.
Be careful with expectations.
Yeah.
You know, you don't ever want the owner to be told that expect this to be done like this, because there are going to be problems.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, only commit to what you have control over. You know, don't give out any unrealistic expectations so that if that can't be accomplished, you don't have to start spending meetings with finger pointing. You know, you never want a meeting that starts with whose fault it is. You want to start a meeting with, this is how we are getting past this problem. You know, you want to keep it positive and work together for the solution.
That's good advice for any project.
Well, that's just true in life, I think. So.
I was saying that together everyone accomplishes more, team, and you have to have a good team in place. You have the best builder in the world, you have the most popular, well-regarded architect, and a great grass grower and a superintendent, but if they're not working together as a team, you're probably not going to succeed. And that's why we were so fortunate to be on time, on budget, with the supply chain we had, because we had a great team in Reese Jones Inc., in Leibold, in our construction, bunker construction method. In irrigation, we also did 1,295 brand new heads and all new controllers in a time where it was challenging to get those parts, but due to relationships and communication and expectations, everyone would love to see a timeline, but they're not always realistic. But if you just continue to talk, when do you need those heads? Well, I need them by this date. And don't set an unrealistic expectation of a month earlier than you really need them. Just be honest, you know, and communicate, and it worked out well.
So when you're managing renovation timelines, what's the best practice there? You sort of touched on it just now. So how do you approach
planning? So knowing that one of the most challenging aspects was the eradication of the existing Bermuda grass, I had to go in and tell the membership, look, we're going to close the golf course in March. March is our season. Our season is October till May. So telling them we're going to close in March for 2 days, make an application of a non-selective herbicide, and it's going to turn brown in a week, and we're going to play on it. But had I not done that, it would have been unrealistic to expect my 96 to 99% eradication. So planning ahead and getting that in order was certainly important. And then having those commitments with the products you need and as well. So.
I think being honest with your membership, you know, or as well, you know, because sometimes you do have to tell them things that they may not want to hear. I'm sure they didn't want to hear Darren say we're going to close for 2 days in March and your golf courses are going to turn brown. But I'm sure he did an excellent job of communicating why that was needed to be done.
Yeah.
And if you didn't do it, what the ramifications were.
Anything else you want people to know before we wrap up here?
I think it's just important that, you know, superintendents have, we call it on the builder side a scorecard, you know, and it's targets of a schedule and things that they want to have accomplished. Architect, you have a scorecard, you have a schedule, whatever you refer to it as. On that project, you have an organizational chart of what you want to see accomplished. And the superintendent does day-to-day anyway. And the transparency is to make sure all three of those systems are communicating, if you will, so that if someone's scorecard is off, if it affects someone else's, you can address it, correct it, and again, keep the membership happy because they are seeing the progress. That's probably the biggest concern is when work stops. And if you can avoid that, or at least help people understand why it stopped and how you're going to solve it, everyone wins.
Excellent. Well, thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate your insights on the renovations, and good luck to all of you. Well, that concludes our coverage for today on the GCSAA TV live stage. We'll be back tomorrow morning, kicking things off at 9:25, and we'll hear what's new with Bayer Environmental Science, and we will have our final dog giveaway, all right here on the live stage. Thank you. See you then.